All right, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, August the 15th. My name is Barry Ainerson, moderator of your trading room, and I didn't think I did. Real. Yeah, I'm just noticing because you're talking about the Hindenburg hit piece, and I put it up above you, but I'm noticing that everything got deleted after 8:51. Interesting. Oh well. Um, Lots to talk about actually. But regarding that Hindenburg hit piece, it's funny, FRHC, yeah, it got all the way down to $62, and then it popped almost $10. So usually they're hit. Now we'll have to wait and see once this market opens. And by the way, if you're wondering, guys, what we're seller who has had some amazing calls in the past, and they usually, well, they're always short sellers. They come up with a scathing report of a company, and usually the day of anyway, and maybe multiple days thereafter, the company is just really hit hard. Now, this is still down 6.8%. FRHC is their target, but it's had a big rebound, and that's not typical. But anyway, I guess we'll have to keep watching it to see if once the market opens, it starts to drift down again. So they were dead on. Yeah, they were dead right. Did you delete everything, William, or was it me? Maybe I did it. Maybe I did it. I didn't think I did. Anyway, um, let's take a look at some of the other things. Definitely, though, FRHC is definitely on my watch list. AAMC. This could be an interesting one. This is an earnings play. Was it you? Oh, maybe I hit the wrong button. Oh well. AAMC is an earnings play, guys. Not quite an all-time low, but boy, this has been hammered down on earnings. Only $11, down 65%. 65% after the company. Is there any other news? Company had just their Q2 results. So hammered down on earnings, AAMC. I mean, that is a massive move down in the US. I don't think I've seen one from the US Virgin Islands. It was I don't is this the I don't think I've ever seen one from the US Virgin Islands. The other one to really keep an eye on is that DFC. DFC. So this is not an earnings play, but the CEO just left. And it doesn't say that this was a planned retirement or anything like that. They just disclosed the resignation of the CEO and president. Never a good thing. So DFC is just getting killed also. It's only down 8%, but it's a big float, 252 million, a billion million in the float. So we'll have to see what happens with this one. There looks like there's some support, between 94, the current price, and 90, but we'll see. SC is an earnings play. And yeah, I mean, this is down 18%, lots of volume. The big float, half a billion in the float, a lot of volume already, though. This is an earnings play. SE, another Singaporean stock, big gap down. Yeah, you were mentioning what's happening with the banks, XLF. First of all, yeah, the market's in for a pretty negative open. But there's XLF, yeah, the banking sector. You know what? Man, this is getting close to that 200-day moving average. 34.47 right now is the current price, and the 200-day moving average is 34.08. So it's getting closer to that 200-day moving average again. DCTH. After the company announced FDA approval of their drug, okay. Boy, some of these diseases. Anyway, there is the reason for DCTH's pop. So by the way, guys, just so you know, in the specific stock section, everything was wiped out. Um, it's possible I hit the wrong key. I thought I was maybe I thought I was deleting the previous day's postings in the alert section, but maybe I accidentally deleted everything. So, or don't take offense if your post got all deleted in the specific stocks only. Grove, Grov. Grove is right at the yeah, it's right at the 200-day moving average. Is an earnings play. Grov is it's a little earnings play, and I should have talked about this. This DSGN is just getting hammered, guys. DSGN is also an earnings play, and it is an all-time low. DSGN is an earnings play, all-time low, and it's moving down, down, down. Lots of shares available for me. 596,000 to short at Interactive Brokers. Oh, look at this though. What a yikes, 57% down. Fairly low float, 32 million in the float. Wilds. This was just as I was opening the room. Wilds, WLDS, WLDS. So what it did, it popped up to 148. Is pulled back about $2. There was some news. Achieves major milestone. Completes the first manufacturing batch of the Mudra band. All right, this is this Apple. Forgot about. We haven't seen this one for a while. Had all the excitement a few weeks ago. Right here, you can see right there, it popped up to $6 almost. So an Apple for the Apple Watch, bands for the Apple Watch, WLDS. Haven't seen much of it since then, though. I mean, that was back in, give me a moment. That was back in September of last year. Is it that long ago? Wow. No, I think it was here. Yeah, it was back in May when yeah, I'm just watching this action here. I mean, this is when it went public, I guess, WLDS. But I think this is when it all started again, back in May with the Apple Watch. And again, just as I was opening the room, NVTS was popping. NVTS was popping up. Well, this doesn't look good. TSEM. That's a pretty big gap down. Look at that weekly charts underneath all of that. Look at the daily chart, of course. TSEM. Meanwhile, DSGN keeps moving down here, guys. Boy, I know I don't really. I probably could have taken this on the 4 break. It might be tough to get right now. Well, when the market opens, because it'll be down way more than 10%. So that uptick rule certainly will be in effect. Problem right now is the spread 305, 318. All right, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And again, the theme has been for the last couple of weeks, there's definitely more downgrades and upgrades. So what I'm looking for right now is some kind of a price target that looks a little ridiculous. Take a look at CDNA as an example. I don't know if it's ridiculous. Give me a moment, please. Something went a little haywire. There we go. Um, yeah, I mean they've got a $12 price target for CDNA. You can see it right at the high here on the daily chart. CDNA. When I say they, it's Raymond James. You know who's been not bad lately is Bank of America actually. So I'm going to take a look at HASI, HASI. They've got a what is that? A $27 price target on them. So yeah, still underneath that. So HASI, $27 price target from the Bank of America. Problem is, on a day like today, where the market is going to, excuse me, be weak on the open, probably some of these price targets, if the market were a little more in favor of moves higher, we might see a little more action on those. But right now, I don't think we're going to see too much action. Okay, now we'll look at some of the downgrades. Okay, NVTS guys, I'm hearing it. NVTS is still running. NVTS. I love it. Mizuho, BTAI, a downgrade. Former price target 40, now 4. Just give me one moment, please. Sorry about that. Thank you, Raz. I don't know how long I've been on. I think, yeah, I remember how long I've been on mute. Sorry about that. Probably for about 3 minutes. I am sorry about that. There was a sneeze, and so here's X. Okay, guys. So XLE. These are the major sectors. XLE, major ETF for energy. 95% in red. What does that mean? 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So when you do a quick look at all the sectors, you can see they're all down. When I say down, nothing is nothing. Well, they're all less than 50%. Okay, so definitely a bleakish open to begin here. Let me take a look though at a couple of the sectors that are in jeopardy. So we already looked at XLF, the financial sector. When I say in jeopardy, I'm talking about getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. So that blue line you see in the daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. And you can see that at the current price, 34.50, it is just above it. Energy has been moving away. Yeah, it's still above it. Healthcare was the other one that was in jeopardy. XLV, healthcare is still above it. Right now, it's just the financials that are looking. And the other one I was looking at is maybe consumer discretionary or no, consumer staples, XLP. XLP, where is that one? Yeah, look at this one, guys. XLP in jeopardy today of breaking down through the 200-day moving average. You can see yesterday it touched it, just closed a little bit above it. But look at it now. It's in the pre-market, it's below I didn't get it. ESGN now, guys, right at $3. Mm. So consumer staples, and this will be if this breaks down below the 200-day moving average, this will be maybe the first little break in the market. I mean, it's consumer staples is important, but every other major sector is still above the 200-day moving average. But XLP is in jeopardy of giving it up today. And we'll take a look at I mean, XLK technology is still way above it, but it's been drifting down over the last few days. Still way above it, but still been drifting down. So consumer staples, again, that is in jeopardy of giving up the 200-day moving average today. Okay, this is an earnings play. Sorry, I thought this is an earnings play. NVTS is actually an earnings play. Up on earnings. Now, 10 could be a really tough one to get through. There's a lot of shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers, 1.3 million. So probably widespread shorts are available. Most brokerages will have them because 10 could be really tough to get through. Pretty psychological, in my opinion. And with the market being, definitely going to have a weak open, though we're having a little mini rally here, a mini rally. Yeah, I've got HE on thumbnail chart, and it's still hanging around 20. Ugh, hopefully nobody was at this one. Chicken soup for the soul. Wow, remember when this one went public? Got all the way up to what, 15, $16? 76 cents right now. This is an earnings play. Wow. Earnings play, chicken soup for the soul. CSSE. underneath a dollar now. Be interesting to go back, take a look at, say, the last year's worth, 12 months of IPOs to see where they are today. My guess is that there's not going to be too many, if any. Well, there might be one or two that are above or even at the IPO price. All right, so this is another earnings play, AREN, not too much volume yet. AREN is another earnings play. In PBR, I actually thought PBR had a downgrade this morning, but PBR unlikely to sell its 36% stake in Braskem. It's a Brazilian oil company, energy company. So let's just let's look at BZ, guys. It's getting hit hard. BZ is getting hit hard. Let me take a look at KWeb to see if it's overall China market that is moving down. And the answer is not really. I mean, it's basically flat. KWeb is basically flat. So BZ on its own, BZ on its own is getting hit here, guys. BZ down 10%. So let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for BZ. Or that NVTS guy is getting very close to 10. NVTS very, very close to 10. Okay, so DSGN trying to hold 3. Wow, just I mean that's 57% down on earnings. Ah, I see. Really, it's not about the earnings, guys. Not about the earnings. Okay, so this is the reason. So stock plunges on trial results for a neuromuscular disease treatment. That's the real reason. Okay, it's really nothing to do with earnings. It happens to be an earnings play, but that is not the reason. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Meanwhile, SE continues down, guys. SE continues down. This is earnings, and this should be about earnings. China stock, Singapore stock. AGTI, I have that one on, put a price alert on it, AGTI, for some reason. Excuse me, guys. So AAMC just made another new low, guys. AAMC made another new low, all-time low for AAMC. This is an earnings play. The only headline I see is still trading lower after the company reported Q2 financial results. I don't see any other disastrous news. No, like CFO or CEO being turfed or anything like that. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see anything. I saw, yeah, a stock dividend a while back. This is on the fourth too. Approved a 2-for-1 stock split in the form of a stock dividend, but split adjusted basis on the 14th. It was possible it's got something to do with this dividend too. As you're talking with WFC, Wells Fargo, WFC, yeah, right at the 200-day, right? 42.97 is the 200-day moving average. So Wells Fargo is at 43.17 right now. So I guess the question is, will the 200-day moving average hold it? Look at DSGN now. DSGN underneath 3 now, guys. All-time low, getting smacked down. It's an earnings play, yes, but the reason is that their drug basically, get it right here, reported initial results, so not good. It's only phase 1. Wow, interesting. Phase 1 and it's getting hit like this. One minute. Thank you, William. 1 minute to the open. Okay, guys, I'm going to get set for this open. Get rid of all this. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Let's have a great trading, everybody. We're about 35 seconds from the open. Keeping an eye on this DSG, and if I can get it, it's just the uptick rule. I want to see what it does at 3 when the market opens. All right, we are open in 3, 2, 1, and blast off. All right, guys, SYTA. This was that's right. This is the one from yesterday. This is a So this is one of those ones, down yesterday, up today, daily reversal, as we're now calling it, a daily reversal, SYTA. Early though, guys, very, very, very early. The market is so the Dow's down quite a bit, Nas is down, SPY is down. Look at that. Look how that NVTS how it got stalled right at 10. NVTS got stalled at 10 so far, at almost right up to 10. To me, it's just a tough, tough number to get through on the first attempt anyway. PSFE guys on the move here. PSFE on the move. This is actually an earnings play. PSFE on it's a earnings play. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 1456, about a dollar away. But again, it's early. It is early. Guys, DSGN just tanking, tanking, tanking. SE continues down, guys. SE earnings play just continues down right from the open. Next low looking left on the weekly chart. Looks like it's right there. 44 looks like the next low on the weekly chart. 44, yeah. 44 is the next low on the weekly chart. So it's almost right there for SE. Tons available. Yeah, 500,000 at Interactive Brokers, DSGN. All right, guys. So HE is actually having a bounce, guys. HE is bouncing off that 20. Who is your broker, Grumpy? I've never really asked you that before. All right. I don't know if it was John or somebody else mentioned UPST is something that was probably going to have a continuation today. This was yesterday. This was yesterday, and there's UPST upstart. Wow, DSGN, look at that, collapsed from 3. Yeah, yeah, no kidding. AAMC is halted on the way up. I mean, it's still an earnings play, guys. They may have done a dividend, so that may account for a lot of it, but it's still an earnings play. AAMC. Well, now DSGN is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Huh. Well, so much for SE holding 44. So Oxy is on the way down also. OXY, the next low looking left is 64. But again, it's early. Energy firms head lower as oil prices fall. Well, take a look at ASTS, guys. ASTS. Look at the weekly chart. Look at the daily chart. Well, look at the weekly chart. High is 470, so it's above that high. The next high is 682 for ASTS. Okay. Yeah, the PSFE kept going. It's just too early for me to take these. Well, if we could go back in time and take that short of TSGN just underneath three, I'd be set for the day. I think next had an upgrade, guys. Next had an upgrade, I believe. Stifle upgraded, yeah. Price target of to $9. Okay, $9. Raising it from $7.50. So next is an upgrade from Stifle. Now, to me, there looks like there's a ton of resistance around 640 for next NEXT. Well, guys, there's HE. I mean, there is HE on the move here. Hawaiian Electric, not Hawaiian Airlines. So the high yesterday was 22.49. TPIC, guys, TPIC, all-time low, all-time low. TPIC is an all-time low. CL on the way down. CL. Now, what sort of support does this have? Another energy stock. Well, electric power. So D is on the way down, guys. Wow, D is an all-time low. D, all-time low. D is an all-time low, guys. Dominion Energy. Is that possible? Yeah, this is an all-time low. D, all-time low. Let's see how well it holds underneath 48. I don't know if there's any specific news on this one. Keep an eye on D, guys. The longer it holds underneath 48 as an all-time low. Well, anytime a stock makes an all-time low, I get very excited. See, you don't have to be, but I am. I mean, there's no support, no support on the chart. I'm just watching to see how well it holds, keeps holding underneath 48. I'm inclined to take this one if it gets into the low 80s, 47.80 on a short. Now I'm neglecting this. Yeah, I do see that GLTO. I do see it. It was halted and now resumed. I'm just sort of really wanting to pay attention to this E. Again, just what SC just getting kicked here, guys. SC. Well, the last time I looked, I was wondering if it could break down through 44, and yes, uh, in a big way. MU, another one that's getting kicked. Well, look at the room. It's got $64, guys. Is it or 64.20, excuse me, 64.23 is the next low looking left for MU. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch the D. It's just popped a little bit above 48 right now. I want to see if it takes out 48 again. So instead of having to watch it, I'll just put a price alert. WAL, Western Bank. So this we haven't seen this one for a while. Of course, this was one of the ones that got nailed on the regional. All this stuff back here that was well many weeks ago. Okay, well D looks like it's trying to hold 48, but I'm really interested in this one underneath 48, guys. The D. No, look at AAMC, big pop up and then right back down. All right, guys, D getting closer to 48 again. This PayPal, PYPL, PYPL. Yeah, PayPal sinking also. Okay, DCTH now, guys. Now, after the big pop in the pre-market, DCTH. Now it is starting to fall. PayPal got a new CEO. Okay. Well, 61.54, 60 looks like 61.50, 61.54 is the next low looking left for PayPal, PYPL. What's the volume like for D? It's a big float. I guess I should have paid more attention to SE on that 44 break. There's that 44 break, $2 now underneath. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is $40.76. So this energy stock is sort of bucking the trend a little bit, guys. It's positive, whereas most of the energy stocks are lower. Let's take a look at XLE, the energy ETF, to see if there's any rebound. XLE, the answer is no. So look at energy. So just the price of gas is down today. So that is the reason. Wow, look at DSGN. Oh, what a great short. I basically talked myself out of it in the pre-market. Guys, Rum is an earnings play, or RUM, Rumble is an earnings play. And this is, didn't see this really in the pre-market. It really didn't do much, but it's showing now up on my 10-day daily breakdown, RUM. And the next low looking left for Rum is 681 on the weekly chart. Okay, guys, D, not Dow, but D inching its way down to, I mean, I'm fixated on it. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I really want to know if this takes out 48 again. That's the D. Oh, we got a couple of, just look at this. I mean, even if you had waited 237, 934 down to 208, that's still a great percentage move. And there's the rum, 733 has moved down to 715, is popped up again, but and everything you're seeing here, I'm sharing. You just have to ask me for it. Okay, here's another. Now, this is an earnings play, I believe. The ONON, guys, is an earnings play, I believe. Let me make sure. Yes, ONON is an earnings play. Look at the room it's got underneath. Okay, underneath 30, ONON earnings play, and look underneath. There's the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 28.41, so there's room. Okay, guys, D now. I'm watching D now for a 48 break. Hey, ONON, guys, ONON. Underneath 30, coming in from my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, it's popping up a little bit. The big thing, can it hold underneath 30? ONON. Okay, there's the D now, underneath 48. Now let's see if it gets down to about 47.80 something, I'm in on a short. On a short. Again, not a recommendation to do the same thing as I am, but that's my plan. Wow, SE really. Okay, guys. ON. All right, I'm in ON. Let's see. Got a little pop up to the mid 70s. I'm in. Want to see if this can hold underneath 30 and under short. It may bounce me out. Let's see. I think excuse me, ON. I believe it had some downgrades too, but that's not the big deal. Okay, guys, I'm out of the ON. I'll take a look at it later. I just got too close to 30 for me. I'll look at it later. I mean, it's a pretty big float too. I'm surprised it was that whippy, but okay, guys. D is well, I mean, it's just hovering underneath 48. Micron just continues on the way down, guys. MU, wow, MU again. Next low looking left at 64.10 or so. All right, this is a reversal now for BZ, guys. A reversal for BZ. Got down to 14.20, right back up to 15. Well, it's an earnings play, ON. I was just surprised that you got close to. I'm still interested, definitely still interested in it because it had the room, but just took my manageable loss on it. But it's got the room. I mean, look at the 200 days there. The next low looking left is still about $1.50 away. Come on, D, get into the 47.80s. Okay, guys, I'm in. I am in the D on a short. I mean, it took out 90. It decided to take it, so it's back up to 48. I'm out. Now look at ON now again. Okay, guys, just keeping an eye on this D. I don't want it to, well, it gets close to 48. I'm out. That's all. ONON, guys, again. Okay. Showing up now on the option scanner, 29.59. Boy, lots happening already this morning. Again, I'm just watching D, guys. I'm in at 47.87, so I don't want to see it get over 48 again. If it gets close, I'm out. ONON, guys. Yes. Okay. You see what I did? Sorry. Two trades. Juggling two trades right now. And back in that ONON 47 and in the D short. We got Bloomin here, guys. BLMN on the move here. 26.56 was the original alert. 26.56. Oh boy, this has got room. Look at this. 27.43. 27.43 is the next high looking left. So this has got some room. I don't know if this is an earnings play or not. Oh, that's right. That's right. The SYTA not showing up on our charts. Let me just see if it is today. Still not. I don't know why. No idea why. It is crazy, even though we're getting alerts for it and all. Yeah, I went back to the TradingView charts for a while. I wasn't happy with the speed of our other charts yesterday, so I'm just experimenting again. But you're right, SYT. I forgot about that one. SYTA not showing up for some reason on our charts. Okay, guys. ONON is got to keep an eye on it just because it was kind of erratic earlier. I don't want to see it pop right back up to where I shorted it in the 60s. I might have to turf D. Not moving. It's not like the weight still hovering around that 48 mark. I might just concentrate on the ONON. Okay, so the ONON, the next low looking left on the weekly chart, I believe I said it was 28.41. So still has $1, but I've taken some off in case it can't get through that whole number. So basically recovered my earlier loss on it and a little bit. for the ONON. What a look at the NVTS. It's amazing, isn't it? I know people think I'm crazy, but look at that, $10. They did not get through it in any significant way. And look, I mean, what a great fade from $10, guys. NVTS. That's not the only reason you think I'm crazy. Okay. Do I have to create a separate tab for that? Okay, guys, HE back down to 20. HE back down to 20. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on the D. The D is basically where I shorted it right now. Okay, D is basically where I shorted it. And I'm just wanting to see if it can have any sort of a bigger move down, obviously. Okay, guys, there's HE now underneath 20. HE underneath 20. At least it was. Down to 1993, just hanging around that 20 mark. The low yesterday was 1880. Ah, look at onion. ONON. Can it take out 29? Rhetorical question. Don't expect an answer. 2833 is the next low looking left. 28. Wait a minute. Let me just eyeball this a little bit better. 2826 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for ONON. This is actually an AI alert too. I didn't realize it. Breakdown short. ONON. Remember Spirit from a few days ago got hammered down on earnings. SPR got hammered down on earnings. It's been hanging around that low, now making another new low for Spirit SPR. ONON, guys, can it take out 29? All sorts of alerts now for ONON, guys. As I said, if you see this on my 10-day daily breakdown and you see it in the option activity, probably should be followed a lot more than if it only appeared on one of these. Again, I'm sharing both of the 10-day daily breakdowns and my abnormal option activity scanners. All right, now DCTH, this has been a little bit choppy because it actually showed up as a potential long to begin with, and then a potential short on the option scanner as it was starting to sink, but now it's starting to run again. And that's the DCTH. How did that FRCH do? Hindenburg one, did it completely lost sight of it? Oh, better type in the right symbol. FRCH. I might have typed it in wrong. All right, guys. Underneath 29 now for onion. ONON. FR, thank you, Grumpy. FRHC. No, you know what? That Hindenburg, it really didn't help it that, or it hurt it that much. I mean, it hurt it initially, but it is put on a $10 pop. All right, ONON. So remember what I said? I will hop back in it. I didn't want to lose sight of it. A small loss at the beginning. This is an AI alert, also, guys. There were three areas in which it was alerted. And I think it also had a downgrade this morning. I believe it was one of those ones that got downgraded. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't see it on the downgrade list, but sorry, B, ignore me. Why would I ignore you, John? Oh, 30 target. I see. Every time I see this up here, it's a new low. ONON. Every time. And the momentum down also. Now this gets back up to 29. I'm taking more off. Oh, I see. You're opposite my play. Okay. That's okay. I think this is an earnings play also, guys. CAH is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market really. Six times normal volume, big float, 253 million in the float. Uh, moving down on earnings now, CAH. I think Grove got hammered a bit. I think it's trying to recover here, and perhaps Grove. Okay, it's an earnings play. When I say hammered, I mean it moved down 236, right back up to 278. The pre-market high or after hours highs yesterday were 280. That's when it released earnings. GROV is an earnings play. Well, I've said many, many times I don't get out of a trade due to boredom, but he's getting close. Is basically right where I shorted it. Okay, guys, I am just continuing to watch the ONON. Almost made another new low for the day. Almost. The low of the day is 28.65 up here. Market is sinking a bit. So now the Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY is down. Oh, come on, drag D down. QDEL continues to move down, inch its way down, guys. QDEL, QDEL. The next low looking left is 73.88. Another energy, electric power distribution. So that's the same as D, guys. That's it's the same sector as D. And this is not an all-time low, but I love the pig sound. Again, my sound alert for this is the pig grunt. So every time I hear the pig grunting, I look up here, and if I see ONON, that means it's making a new low for the day. SRG now just showed up. SRG just showed up on the and this is not quite a lifetime low. 785 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. And if it gets through that, 740 on the weekly chart for SRG. Okay, guys, I've covered most of my ONON. Okay, covered most of it. Got back down to 2860, popped off that, got into the 70s. So I've covered most of my ONON. And if it gets over 29, I'm done. Come on, D. Get into the 70s at least. Yeah, I'm still in D. I'm still in D. 47.87 is my short on D. So I'm still in it. Look at the onion. Well, I still have some left, but got rid of most of it. So onion now just made another new low right there. So look at that though. Look at that pop up from 60. It's this is pretty wild for 184 million in the float. Swiss stock. Okay, maybe that's the reason. It's just not because of anything bad about Switzerland, but it is a Swiss stock. So maybe on their exchange, if that's where it's trading. Also, all right, into the 70s at least for D. Who knows? Maybe this is going to be an all-day hold for me. Boy, this is again, guys. I know I'm sort of repeating myself, but for 184 million in the float, this is pretty jumpy, pretty volatile for ONON. Boy, look at HE. I mean, it just will not want 20 in a big way. HE still hanging around 20. This one from yesterday, TSHA. I don't know if this is shortable. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. TSHA, big pop up yesterday. Still, well, just went negative. TSHA just went negative. Not shortable for me, though, at Interactive Brokers. Hey, Urban Outfitters, URBN on the move down also. And the next low looking left on the daily is 35.10. So it's got a little bit of room to that level. A little bit. Well, I guess in all the years I've been trading, I really haven't looked at the beta. I'm not sure that would. I mean, that may explain why it's a little more volatile, but it wouldn't have prevented me from getting into the trade the second time. All right, another new low. Okay, thank you. ONON. Now, again, what did I say? 28. Yeah, 28.26 looks like the next low looking left. 28.26 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for ONO. So, I mean, that could stall it. Wow. SE, that was probably the better one because it was just hardly not very volatile at all. SE. What's your beta there, PJ? What's your beta on SE? SE. Because that one has just been steadily down. The last time I looked, I was wondering if it would take off 44, and of course it did. Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to really affect me that much. I just something I just don't want to introduce. I don't want to say, oh, okay, something's very high, so I should stay away from it. But I will ask about D. It can't be that high. D can't be that high. We have a beta. I know we have a beta filter or right. I know we have it as a. I've never used it. So there's the market beta and then the beta ratio. That stupid high beta for ONON. Okay, guys, that is it for me on it. It can go without me now. But good point. Yeah, good point regarding that. Why? Because if I added beta to a column or something, I could check it out. Whoa, NTR, Canadian company. Where are you out of? Oh, Saskatoon. Oh, okay. This is okay, phosphate. Yeah, okay. Nitrogen, potash. Okay, so this is not an earnings play. I don't know why it's moving down like this, but anyway, the next low looking left is 60.66. So there's room underneath for NTR. Yeah, well, I remember when the Saskatoon or Saskatchewan, the Saskatchewan government, I guess they took over potash, right? Nationalized it. That was the word I was looking for. Nationalized it a long time ago. Cool. Saskatoon. Well, I've been to Saskatoon quite a few times, actually. Okay, guys, I am now still in the D, of course, out of the onion, ONON. OPK, let me take a look. I'll have no explanation, UK Buck. If you didn't get, let me say. Well, I'll take a look to see why it wouldn't show up for me. This is not halted as far as I know. OPK, OPK, it's not halted. It may not be trading very much, but it's not halted. Okay, D, you made another 80 break. Let's see if you can get into maybe into the 60s, and maybe that'll be enough for me. Well, even DoorDash is taking it, not even, but DoorDash taking it on the chin a little bit here, guys. So the next low for DoorDash is 78.03. So yeah, about $1 to the next low. Not that great for a $78 stock. But like most stocks today, there's no specific reason for DoorDash to be down other than the market. Not that I can see anyway. I haven't seen too many. Well, if the low floats will be in this one, in the momentum up. Okay, not because I've got a low flow filter on here, but typically, well, there's 44 million. That's not crazy low, but Grove, I believe, is a low float. Yeah, 11.5 million in the float. Most of the ones here in the momentum up will be low floats, just because in order for a stock to usually pop, have a big volume momentum in 1 minute. Usually, it's because the float is fairly low. Here's another one, the DCTH, 9 million in the float, but it's been pretty choppy. The best thing I can say about it, it's trying to hold the VWAP, 584, trying to hold the VWAP. This is probably a low float. Excuse me, WLDS. Yeah. Where's our float? Yeah, 10 million in the float for WLDS. Excuse me. Had some news again about their Apple Watch. I guess the strap. Not too many on the daily reversals, guys. Not too many interest ones anyway. Not today. Meanwhile, SC just continues to make new low after new low after new low. Earnings play. The next low looking left on the weekly chart. It looks like it's getting very close. 4067. Yeah, 4067 is a low looking left on the weekly chart. This was a gap up and reversal. HASI, gap up and reversal. Okay, William, you're carving out a little bit of the NTR. I can see that a little bit. I know you went long that one, NTR. So really, you're probably going to tell me about D is at the low of the channel, isn't it? I'm looking right now. I can see it's right at the low of a on the 15 anyway on my LRC. Again, our data may be different, a little bit different, but maybe that's the reason why it's struggling to get. Yeah, it's been there for quite a while. You're right. Okay, new one showing up here, guys. XP 2416. New one showing up on the option abnormal option scanner. Okay. Um, right. Looks like this is 24 right there. 2095. So it's got to get through that 24. If it can do that, then the next lows are around 2350. So it doesn't have a ton of room underneath, but okay. So I did exit my D, guys. Basically flat. I'll take a look at it later, but I did exit my D. Had a little bit of profit on it, but not enough. So I'm out of everything. Well, yeah, I'm out of everything right now. I'm still sharing, yeah, a couple of racing scans. Old school for me. I liked the racing for a while, but I much rather show this one, the option activity scanner. Okay. So it was one or the other. And I thought the activity scanner has been giving us some great alerts over the last, I don't know, 2 months now, month and a half, 2 months, ever since I opened it. So that's the reason. But I'm still sharing a couple of those scans, a couple of racing scans. In fact, good opportunity right now for me to talk a little bit about my homepage and all the scans you can find there. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live in the mic. This is a promo code you can use to get 15% off, Barry 15, 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out a yearly subscription, I can get you a better promo for 25%. You just have to let me know. Okay. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, etc. You have to do that. Okay. Trading 101, if you're brand new to trading or you're looking for a refresher or maybe a new take, this is a free trading course that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together and it is free. Talk of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week is free. I bet you it's not, probably did not trigger. I don't think it triggered yesterday. SLB, and based on what the market's doing today, probably, yeah. So it did not trigger. I think it had to get over what 59.60 or something like that. So it did not trigger, but it is free if you sign up for the trade of the week. So okay, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have a Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, again, this did not trigger, so it's not a bad trade of the week. It just did not trigger. When you get the email, you'll see there's a suggested entry, and it never hit that entry. Education section right here. Excuse me, big education section. So we have a great user guide. Click on the user guide. Here is that getting started again. Now you want more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window is. Stock racing. Somebody asked about stock racing. Why I'm not displaying it. Again, it's a personal. I just think the option scanner is way more exciting, and I think it's better. It's just that simple. But you know, there's stock racing is right here. You want to learn all about it. I would also take a look at price alerts. You should know how to put a price alert on a chart. Very simple to do, and I use them all the time. I'll show you in a bit. There's that getting started series again. So daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Normally on Tuesday, it's Michael Noss, but Michael and Chris Farley, they switched. Michael was in yesterday. So it'll be Chris Farley today. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in our main room. So you can head over to YouTube if you want to listen to Chris for his hour. And now, if you clicked on my link and now you're looking for my, excuse me, for my scans, here they are. Okay, so here are a couple of races that I do have that you can take a look at. This is what I look at in the pre-market. This is a couple of top lists. This sets the tone for the day. What are the actives up? What are the actives down? So I can have an idea about what may be moving once the market opens. There is my Hulse resumes. You see right to the right. Up here is the abnormal option activity. Abnormal option activity. On my other monitor, I have the don't repeat version. Okay, so what allows me to do is to say, okay, with all the filters met, what was the first time that we were alerted? So there's Onion as an example. Well, here's NVTS right now. NVTS at 932. Okay, 851 now as an example. So I can kind of go back and see, okay, what happened from that first alert? And I'm sharing that if you want it, just not displaying it. Excuse me. And the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. Here they are. Now, this is in the doc format. In other words, they're all together, but you can pick and choose which ones you want. Some people don't care about shorting, so that's why I don't share the actual doc window. And then the one I added, the daily reversals. Okay, not a lot today, not too many. Here they are so far. INOD is a daily reversal. And what does that mean? If I click on INOD, that means it was up yesterday, but is down today with other filters attached, of course. It's actually kind of interesting, guys. INOD. Yeah, this is interesting. Look at this. The next low looking left is 12. So that's about $1 away. So as always, this is a free room. If you want, let's keep the room free. The best way to do it, take out a subscription using my promo. So because if you do that and the room gets credit for it, the company knows, okay, people are using the room. It is a free room. So all I ask is that you save my homepage link, and later on, tomorrow, this afternoon, a month from now, a year from now, you use my promo, the room will get credit. It's that simple. Okay. Also, tell your friends and family. It's a free room. Anybody interested in just exposure to trading, they can come on in. It's not just about my talking all day or me talking all day. But I mean, there's lots of great traders in the room. They can take a look at what people are talking about. So yeah, tell them to come in. And if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Ah, the agony of not being in the. And I was going to take this. Just it was underneath 13, the I knot. I loved it, but I'm a little late now. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm watching your comment about the stop. So my stop is never. It's not arbitrary, as William is saying. I mean, I don't have like a 10-cent stop every trade or anything like that. It's always going to be based on something. If it's a whole number break for me, a lot of times I'll put it right just underneath the whole number or at the whole number, things like that. Otherwise, I'm using, what I see on a chart, some support on a chart. It breaks down through that support price. I want to be out of the trade. But yeah, I don't say, well, my stop is 10% every trade or 1% every trade. I like to have it based on something a little more scientific than that. And now William's talking about, the VWAP, very important level. Could even be some SMA that you like. All right, SRM just resumed. So this must be an IPO today, I guess. Yeah, IPO 1.25 million shares. Keep one, not 1.25 million shares at $5. So consequently, no enthusiasm yet for it. Okay, it's not above the $5 IPO price. Where are they out of? Are they out of US? We haven't seen too many really good IPOs lately, guys. Good meaning, SRM. So if it had been good, it would have popped. It would have been above the IPO price of 5 already. Not saying it won't happen, but the good ones we've seen, say, if something is priced at 5 and it opens at 7, 8, and it keeps running for a while, sometimes they have multi-day runs. Hmm, there's another one, guys. Not a lot of volume, but SWTX 2704 is the next low looking left for SWTX, but not a lot of volume, and it's not a great spread. It's amazing how this HE is just hanging at that $20 level. Well, here's a super cheap one, TRKA, and it's an all-time low. Super cheap one, all-time low, low float, 15 million in the float. Ah, well, here you go. Look at this one, guys. It terminated the employment of the CEO and CFO effective August 14th, which was yesterday. So that's why 29% down. And they don't give any reason why they've terminated it, but can't be good. Let's take a look at Ari from TJ, ARRY. Yeah, let's take a look. Looking left, the next low is 2120. So, yeah, I mean, if it can get through that 2120, I'm going to stick an alert around 2110. Because you're right, if we can get through that, then look left, and the next low is way down here at 17 something. Ugh, how ugly was this one? GLTO. I don't know if I saw this one in the pre-market. Lead drug candidate scrapped. Wow. DF. Okay, guys, keep an eye on DFS now. DFS. I think this is making a new low. I think it is. There's the, well, not quite. The low of the day is around 92.46. So again, they canned their CEO. After CEO, well, I don't know if they canned him, but I mean the CEO stepped down. So I don't know if that was mutual or not. Here's another one, guys. Six. I mean, the next low looking left is 2084. So there's a ton of room for six SIX. Let's see if we take out 22, the whole number, and that is SIX. What do I think about ONON? Well, I'm not in it anymore, but let's take a look. Yeah, it's at 30 right now, isn't it? So let me find it here so I can just I'm going to type the symbol in ONON. So the VWAP is 29.89. Yeah, well, maybe it's going to, I mean, there it is, that blue line on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, so it's, what do I think about it? Well, I mean, if it has any sort of run, it could get to 31. Just looking at the 15-minute chart. Now, whether it does that or not, remember, it's an earnings play, so it's a very weak stock. Okay, so if you took this PSFE, I mean, the 200-day is just a little bit above. Actually, I'm sorry, it's about $1 above, so that's not an issue. On the weekly chart, the next high is 1454, so it could be coming into a little bit of resistance right there. This one is, this Canadian stock, CLS, Celestica. This is an all-time high back here. I remember when it had earnings, it popped up on earnings. There was an all-time high up here, starting to fade somewhat. Looks like though it could be at a support level for a CLS. Could be. Just looking at the daily chart here. Flatten just means get out of the trade. Okay, so if I highlight the trade and I flatten it, just means get out of the trade. It gets me out of the trade, like sell. Flatten, they get flat on a position. That's the term that's used a lot in trading. I'm flat. I'm flat on a position. I'm flat. Okay, so flatten just means take me out of the trade. With this button, you're talking about the flatten button, right? Goods. HE guys. I mean, again, it just hovering around 20. Well, the DFS guys, the DFS is continuing down now. The reason I didn't want to take it right away, though, yeah, it looks like there's, yeah, I mean, there could be some support in this area. It's too bad. I wish all this weren't here. I wish when I looked left on a weekly chart, the next low was around like 85 or something. TME is an earnings play, 10 cent. TME is an earnings play. Looks like it's coming into a resistance area also. Okay, so the DCTH now is, yeah, it is popping. Real was mentioning this one right around here, I think. 9 million in the float, 9 million in the float, 54 million have traded. So traded the float around 6 times. Yeah, HE looks like it is starting to fall, but it is take this out a couple of times. But it does look a little more ominous underneath 20 now. The low yesterday for HE was 1852. Man, really, SE was the one, guys. I mean, this was just a sensational short. And when you look at it, very, very manageable, not too jumpy, not too volatile. Underneath 44, $4 move just about. Okay, guys, HE, this looks interesting now. Throwing up on my option scanner, just making a new low. My opinion on Chewy. This is somebody, Luca from our YouTube room, SHWY. Let's take a look at Chewy. Well, the next low looking left is 29.22. Okay, you're asking about a short to 27.50. I mean, look, anything is possible, of course, but the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 29.10. So we're at 29.69 now. So I mean, that could, that could stall it. Okay, that could stall it. So CLSK not showing up for me, Keyshores. Maybe it's outside the price range. I don't know where Clear Spark is or Clean Spark. Feature on our YouTube room. No, okay, you must have taken the relative volume filter out then, because this is yeah. I mean, I have a relative volume. It has to be at least 3. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:01. Wow, what a fast morning. Okay, NTR is starting to inch its way down, guys. Now, I liked this one before because I thought it had some room. NTR, thought it had some room. And the answer is, yeah, I mean, 60.58 is the next low looking left, 60.84 or so. So this has got some room. Well, if it's working well for you, Kishore, doing that. Now, guys, KVUE, which has been a real strange one. This is going to be added to the S&P 500, spin-off from Johnson and Johnson, and it's going to be added to the S&P 500. Okay, Citibank, neutral, target of 26. Again, I'm not 100% sure what that date is going to be. To me, there's just too much resistance not that far away for KVUE. I know it's showing up on my option scanner, but just one moment, please. Okay, He, are you going to move? DraftKings? What do I think of DraftKings? Let's see. Well, it's having a bounce. Well, that's okay. So what I'm seeing here, so it's through the VWAP, 2860. It may be tied into the market a little bit. You know, the market's having a bit of a bounce here. So it may be moving a little bit with the market. I don't think there's any specific news for DraftKings. I mean, it got hit a little bit when the Penn ESPN deal was announced a few days ago. Other than that, I really don't have much to add. 2860 is the VWAP, so I mean, it's just holding a little bit above it. Oh yeah, there were tons of shorts for ONON and Interactive Brokers. 1.3 million. OV answered, yeah, 1.3 million. So that's why I figure that most brokerages will have shorts. So I mean, this is at an interesting level. There, you know, there's the V. Yes, each HE. Come on. The next low looking left is yesterday's low, 1873. So, again, I do see this one, guys, but I just think there's too much resistance not that far away for KVUE to make it a great trade. I mean, the next high is yesterday's high, 2370, 2370. So, you know, what that 23 cents away. To me, it's just not enough room. Well, PJ, if one person asks one person, we have what, 211 people in the room. One person asks one person tomorrow to come into the room just to check it out. There's a double, like a stock. Now, listen, I may be completely wrong about the KVUE. It may just power right through all of this, but I just look at this daily, and for me, there's just too much resistance. This is an earnings, but I did not see this one. NDRA, a real cheap one, low float, just went negative. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm only showing it because I it popped up on my option on my earnings plays. I didn't know what the price was. Okay, guys, TPIC, I think this is an all-time low. Yes, TPIC is an all-time low. TPIC, all-time low. A lot of shares available, 278,000 at Interactive Brokers. So there are plenty of shares available. And you cannot find the insider buys and sells for the day using this program, Marty. Okay. I mean, insider buys and sells, I could direct you to FinViz. FinViz has a pretty good insider buys and sells. You know, we used to have an insider column. I remember that quite a couple of years ago, but I'm not sure what the status is of it. I asked about it, seems about a year ago. There's just too many things on the go for this company. It was just not a priority. And so concept, but anyway, if you went to FinViz, you can see insider buys and sells very easily, but not in our program, no. Watch KVUE make me wrong, not make me wrong, but show me that I'm wrong, that all this resistance that I think is resistance might not matter at all. Okay, guys, I haven't had a new alert for a while. You'd have to look, Marty, to see the dates, okay? If you're looking at FinViz right now, you'll just have to look to see at the dates. I mean, I can't answer for FinViz how often it gets updated, but you look at the dates and see whether or not we have even a date of today. Oh, that I'm sorry. You're talking about this I don't know how often it gets updated. Held by insiders. Yeah, I would yeah, this is not going to get updated daily, I'm sure. Let's take a look at the help. Click on that and see how. I doubt if it gets updated daily. Most of these are for, big stocks. Yeah, my guess is that is not gonna get updated daily. Most of these are for big stocks, and this probably doesn't change that much, okay? So, I mean, if you're looking for something that's really instant that all of a sudden there's a big change, I would not be using this filter from, Trade Ideas, okay? I think this is more good for general info, okay? This is a reversal starting, right? INOQ. Now it's already started. Now, the reason why we're not getting it until now on that, on the daily reversal, of course, it had to take out yesterday's high, so it missed all this. Now, as I said yesterday, if you took this daily reversal scan and you wanted to add maybe a 5-minute high also, you can do it, okay? But the way it's constructed right now is it has to take out yesterday's high before you get an alert. Now, it still has a little bit of room to 7, and it's got a lot of room to the next high actually. But if you added a new 5-minute high, you would have seen these moves here, but it's not quite going to be a daily reversal. The underground stock market? No, I didn't see that, Vicky. I mean, are you talking about X that came right back down after that rumor that it was going to be bought out for 35 cash? US Steel has a surprise second build bidder. Investors seem confused. Yeah, so that's what we were talking about yesterday. So the Cleveland Cliff deal was a cash and stock offer, whereas this one, the S mark was total cash. Cash bids can be preferred by investors. They don't have to worry about the stock performance of the other company. So, but there you go. And when US Steel did not come out and say, yes, we wholeheartedly agree with this deal, somebody was asking me yesterday, well, if why would this happen then? Why would the stock pop like this? Not that original pop. This pop from about 30 to 32.50 well, right here. You can see right there that 15-minute candle went from say 30 all the way up to 32.50 on that news that S-Mark came in with a $35 cash offer. And somebody asked me, well, if it's not 100% certain, why does this happen? Because it's speculation, just speculation. But as I was saying it yesterday, until US Steel comes out and says, yes, we agree, or we're open to the idea of a $35 cash deal, but they certainly didn't say that. Well, the chart is the well, the chart, well, okay, to get the charts, all you have to do is right click on the chart and go to properties and check symbol linking. Okay. Once the symbol linking is checked, then every time you click on an alert, it's going to show up in the simulator and it's going to show up on the chart. Okay. So it's not a matter of linking the simulator so much with the chart. It's a matter of linking the chart, any alert you get in any window with the chart. And that's simple. Right click on the chart, properties, check the symbol linking. And once you do that, because this is always symbol linked. Every time you click on an alert, it's going to show up in Brokerage Plus in the simulator, which so it's not so much linking Brokerage Plus to the chart, it's linking any symbol that you see to the chart. Make sense? Yeah, it's now if it's not showing up, okay, there are times when you click on an alert and it's not showing up in that the box. If you can see my screen in that box, you'll have to reload Brokerage Plus. Okay, happens every now and then to me also. Can't do it, Marty. Sorry, I'm disappointing you. You cannot filter the news feed. Okay, you can see the news, but you cannot filter it. One of the problems with trying to filter a news feed is that we start to get a lot of different news about it, and I mean, most of it is not anything you care about. Now, if something late breaking like yesterday with X, sure, but how do you filter for that specifically? I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really care about the filtering the news feed. All I do is I click on the alert and then I glance over at my Interactive Brokers news feed, which is, a little more intraday current than ours. This I like for past days, but this is a little more current, and that's all I do. And this is Interactive Brokers. But if you said, you know, like show me stocks sh- like that have had some news. Well, I mean, my goodness, it'd be inundated. And most of the news that you would see in news feeds, they're not. I mean, it's might be informative, but it's not that big a deal in terms of, in my opinion, anyway. Not certainly not intraday trading. Okay, guys. Wow, 11:23. I know, as I said before, a very, very fast morning for me. Waiting on one little break here, which will potentially make my day again. Well, I'm still short HE, so it hasn't dramatically moved down. I'm trying to hold out for something in the 50s. William, are you still short? Or are you still long NTR? You can't be, right? You cannot be long NTR. Okay, well, you're going against me then. I didn't want to mention it because I don't, I hate going against somebody in the room, but I'm short this one. Sorry. I just love the fact that it's got this massive void underneath. But so I'm afraid I cannot wish you luck. Well, let me know if that worked, Tony. If you're not getting the symbol showing up in the simulator, remember you have to click on sim, right? But if you're not getting this, if you're not getting it here, then just reload, like X out, Brokers Plus, exit out, and then excuse me, then load it again from new Brokers Plus. Okay. There's the DCTH. Did not take this one. This one has still a little bit of room on the weekly chart, 731. I think I mentioned Colgate a while back. CL. Oh, and this has got room, guys. Look at this move down here. 73, not as much as I thought. Okay. Look a little more dramatic. About a dollar away from the next low for CL. Come on, HE. Take out. Get into the 50s at least. Again. So the next low looking left for HE was 1859 or so yesterday. Okay, William, I covered some of the NTR right at the 62 level. Okay, so I'm looking for more, of course, but I was looking at to take the T-pick short, but sort of bounced a little bit on me. Keep an eye on the T-pick, guys. TPIC. It's hanging underneath 5. It's an all-time low. Pretty low float, 39 million, 3.5 times normal trading volume wise. This has been a choppy one, this PSFE. Very choppy. Yeah, had that big pop, 1456, all the way back down to 1392. A pretty choppy looking 15-minute chart with the topping tails and bottoming tails. Depending on where you put your stop, I mean, you're going to get whipped out of your position. The NTR? Yeah, well, I mean, the NTR, I still like it, but that whole number, it broke a little bit below the whole number, but CCOI guys. So this is on the move a little bit. Another fairly low volume. All right, guys, in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Chris Varley will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. So, guys, as you can see, I've sort of expanded my strike zone here in terms of the price ranges that I'll look at. My scans are still basically all underneath $50, but I'm sort of expanding the range. If I see something that I like. Okay, guys, as I'm waiting to see if HE can take out the 60s again, just a quick comment about what Trade Ideas is all about. If you're new to what you're seeing here, we're a scanner. Okay, a lot of screeners out there. We have screening capabilities, of course, but we are a real-time scanner. So what do I mean by that? So if I take a look at this scan, it's an alert window. That's why the A is up here. It's an alert window, real-time alert window. So this is what it's looking for. If I right click on it and I click on configure and then summary. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day. Very in a simplistic way, what that number really refers to is up to, if you look on the average over the last 10 days, what the volume is up to, say, right now, 11:30, it's 6 times that, okay, in a very simplistic way. It's a little more involved than that, but that's about as good a definition in a simple way that you're gonna get. People ask us that all the time. What does that current volume, relative volume actually mean? So 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. Okay. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So this is the screening aspect. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. And that's what we're really good at. So for instance, right there, the DCTH, you can see the last alert we had with all those filter values met was at 11:24 Eastern time when DCTH made a new high at $7. Okay, obviously since then, nothing else has met all those filter values and made a new high for the day. Okay, now, and I'm sharing this one, and I'm sharing many other scans, and any scan that you see, of course, what I like to refer it's for that's what I like to see, but you might like to see something a little bit different. You might want to see a different price range as an example. So, I mean, I like between 1 and 50 in this scan, but you might look at that and go, well, how about 10 and, I'd rather see between 10 and 100. So you can always take my scans and change them, adjust them to how you like to see things. So if I click on summary now, see now it's between 10 and 100. So all I'm really trying to show you is that you can have my scans. If you like them exactly the way they are, great. Or you can make some changes if you want. When you get used to using trade ideas, you might see a filter that you might want to add, or maybe take one of these out that you don't care about. So in other ways, you can kind of customize it to your style of trading. Now, if you want to create your own scans from scratch, of course you can. If I right click configure on this alert window, and instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So all of these icons right here, starting off with the new high and the new low, these are all our real-time alerts. Real-time alerts. Okay, and if I keep scrolling down, again, these icons here, this is the screening aspect of trade ideas, the filtering. Now, please don't get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is because with all the thousands of customers that we've got, different styles of trading. When the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough different screen filters and real-time alerts so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so again, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can, or you can take some of my scans. You can take some of the ones we see in the toolbar in the channel bar. You can take a look at those. The other traders that take over for me between 12 and 1 in YouTube, they have scans that they're probably willing to share. You ask. So I mean, if you don't want to create your own scans from scratch, we probably have scans that will fit many different trading styles without having to build anything from scratch. But of course, if you want to build something from scratch, you can. Okay, Niter, NTR, back down underneath. I say I've traded some out, but still loving the fact that it's got all this underneath on the daily chart, 60.73. I mean, that's a ton of room. It's almost what's over $1. Now we have a simulator here. Now, if you're using our web-based version, things like stock racing and our simulator are not available. Okay, we must be using our downloadable application if you want to use our simulator. Simulator is simple to use. You'll see underneath this Brokerage Plus, there are a couple of options. One says live and one says sim for paper trading, simulation trading. Simple enough to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol should show up, and then you can pick how many shares you want to trade, either from this drop-down menu or the actual number. Let's do the NTR on a short. I can't click on it. I don't see it anywhere anymore. Trying to remember where I saw it in the first place, but anyway, I can just type it in, of course. So there's NTR now. There's the bid, the ask. If I wanted to short this one, let me just do a couple hundred shares. I'm going to sell. The market, it's okay. I mean, it's not. It's only a 5-cent spread. Send it. So now I'm in the short. Just to show you how you can short. Okay, entry price was 62.02. And remember, people get hung up on shorting and all that, thinking it's incredibly complicated. And a very simple way of thinking about it: when you short something, you hope the price goes down. So I'm in the short at 62.02. I want it to go down below that, and and then I will buy it at a lower price, covered as it's called, and the difference in where I shorted it, and that price will be my profit. Now, if it goes up against me, then I'll take a loss. But just like so when you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down. I mean, that's very, very simple. Now, there are some other things you have to take into account. You have to make sure your broker has shorts available to short. Okay, and that I can't help you unless you have Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers really is an easy way to see whether or not you have shorts available. So you can see this EQNR. I've been short this since last week in the simulator. Okay, entry price was 3204. It's at 3064 right, 3065 right now. So if you want to practice swing trading using our simulator, then all you have to do is don't get out of the trade at the end of the day. Now, another word about the simulator, it uses our real-time data. So if you don't have a broker yet, you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, then but you want to practice trading, you can do so. All you need is our standard service and you're set to go. Now, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You would click on live. I can give you a video. Oops. Okay, so I put in a video called Brokerage Plus, and if you click on it, you'll see there are two videos there. The short video shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can connect using this Brokerage Plus. And then you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay. And if you have an IB, Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this. It's just an option, it's a feature, it's there if you want to use it. Okay, HE. I was a little worried there. You got into the 70s, but now you're into the 50s again. And we're seeing it up here. So every time you see this up here, HE, this is making a new low. Now, a word about the abnormal option activity scanner. What it's looking for is you've sort of renamed this. I mean, it should make sense now. Abnormal option activity. So when I look at HE, it has traded 16,000 contracts, okay, which is 25 times normal. Okay, 2,534% ratio, 25. So that is super abnormal, obviously. So that's what it's looking for. I'm not trading options, I'm trading the stock. It's just another way of finding stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option activity. Now, some who trade options, especially I guess if you're going to trade intraday options, the sort of day trading options. Well, here are the scanners that we have. Look over here, or the filters that we have for options. So we have some obvious ones: the put call ratio, the option volume today, put volume, and call volume today. Those are pretty obvious. This option volume right there refers to the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And this is the key one: option volume today percent. So if you had a stock that is on average over the last 10 days has traded 5,000 contracts, if you use that option volume today percent filter and put, say, 300, which is 300% or a ratio of 3, for you to see that stock that is on average traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, that will have to trade at least 15,000 contracts a day, 3 times normal. Okay, so you look at this one right there. I mean, it's classic. HE, 25 times normal. Probably too far away, Edith. Didn't feel it in Vancouver anyway. All right. Now let's see what we got something going here now, guys. Take up that 1950, 1866. Again, it's the next low looking left for HE. So two trades, I'm still in NTR. I've traded some out, but I'm still in the NTR and the HE. So I've got a couple of trades going. Now I'm going to be taking a break in about 15 minutes. So the HE is a tough one because it could be pretty volatile. Oh, HE 40s now. Again, every time I see this up here, boy, this is getting okay, guys. I've covered some of the HE. There's that 1950 mark. A lot of it is because I'll be taking my break. And if you say, well, don't take your break, I've got to have a break. Okay, so I've covered some of the HE now, right at around the 1950 mark. Or Colgate, yeah, I didn't. I mean, look at no, it doesn't have as much room. And that bottoming tail I thought was a lot further down, but it's about a dollar away, less than about 80 cents away from that bottoming tail for CL. That's the next low looking left on the daily chart. What price do I have for SPGC? 792. So okay, so this is a IPO today. Okay, so this is an okay one. Now, 3.2 million shares, okay, $4. So this is a little bit better because it's certainly above the IPO price. And so if you're asking me what the projection is, if you're actually okay, the projection is 795. So nothing usually, as you know, usually the first one is okay. However, ooh, this is several. I didn't even see these. Didn't even see it. Too wrapped up in other stuff, I guess. So this has been halted, resumed several times now. Well, I wish you luck. 795. At least it's not below the 792. What are you in? What price are you in, VJ? 785. Ooh, okay. Well, let's say a silent prayer for PJ that it doesn't drop on you. When did you get it halted? 1144. So 1149. If it's a 5 minute halt. Now the last one was not a 5 minute halt, was it? Or maybe it was. This one was a 5 minute halt. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll be opening at. No, I'm sorry, guys. Again, how about you, William? Did your what resume pick up the halt for SPGC after 1144? I'll keep this up for a while. No, that's the hmm. So this blue screen you see here, PJ, don't know, not written in stone, of course, these numbers here. So this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, okay, guys? Nothing to do with trade ideas. And this is just showing, this is time in sales. Okay, the resumption just resumed. You probably know that. You probably know that. Wow, NTR. Now I don't mind holding on to this NTR while I'm on my break. I think it'll be, a little more stable than the HE. If there's HE is full of emotion. I mean, that's really the situation, with Hawaii and all that. So it's full of emotion. NTR is not an emotional stock. Would I look at AI? Haven't seen any of the AI plays for the last little while, but let's take a look at AI. Ugly, pretty ugly. I mean, this is, the AIs have fallen in disfavor. I mean, the high a few weeks ago was almost 50. We're at 33 now. Not really much to see. Not trading anything normal or abnormally. 0.43 relative volume. One is normal, so it's less than half of normal right now. So not much to see really. And the next low looking left, I mean, if you went looking to short 32, I don't know what you're looking to do with the AI, but really not much to see today. Well, there's not much to see. Why would you go long so long? Well, I shouldn't say it like that. Like when I say there's not much to see, I mean it's dropping. So I mean, unless you're just thinking, oh well, AI is in the news and everything like that, and it's gonna pop. But I mean, there's nothing right now that suggests going long, in my opinion. The VWAP 33.38, so it's below the VWAP. And if you're looking for longer term, I mean, again, there's nothing that's suggesting that right now based on the daily. Oh man is right, guys. HE. This is oh man. This is my. In case you're thinking I'm crazy here. This is the. So with Trader Days, you can put a different sound alert on your different windows. Okay, so when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So my sound here is oh man. Okay, so every time I hear oh man, I know immediately to look at this window, and oh man, HE. Really, again, I took some off right around the 1950 mark. Okay, guys, 11:53. So in about 7 minutes, I will be taking my break, and I'll be keeping an eye on the NTR. Yeah, see, I'd have to reload this. I mean, this is just not working, the way it's supposed to. My max P&L should be referring to how much if I were, if I, how much I would be in, how much would I be up if I got out right at the very low, and that's not moving at all. So I'd have to reload. Not the end of the world, but I don't know why it does that. WT. Let's take a look at WT. Wisdom tree. Okay, wisdom tree. So how much room does it have? To me, not enough. Okay, I'm just looking left on the daily chart. Next high is 701. We're at 690 right now. Now, if somehow it can take out 701, then well, even then, I mean, there's something at 714 and something at 723. Doesn't mean they're all going to stall there, but just part of my trading plan is not to take those trades then. And of course, many times, they'll just power right through, and that's fine. But that's just part of my style, my trading plan. I try to take one reason why a stock won't keep moving out of the equation. And one of those for me is if I see a next high looking left and I see it for me, if it's too close to the current price, I just don't take the trade. Okay, guys, I am going to put, where are you? There you are. I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on a break. Just going to wait for Chris to show up. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room and wait for Chris. Sometimes shows up a little early, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And you guys in YouTube can hear me still. Okay, so again, for YouTubers, still in the HE and the NTR short, working, both of them working nicely. Okay, so AR earlier on in the day, the ASTS looked like it was, yeah, look at this. Remember, I mentioned this one, the ASTS looked pretty good. It almost got up to 5 and then it just dropped. This is an earnings play, I believe, ASTS. Yes. I liked it because because when we looked left, look at the room it had on the weekly chart, $7, and it was up to 5, almost up to 5. So that looked really, really good for a continuation, but it just stopped right at that whole number. 491, a little bit below that whole number, and just moved down. A lot of shares available also, 2 million at Interactive Brokers. Chris, I feel your pain, my friend. I've been following. So
Oh, it goes much deeper and with lots of hurt feelings.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I want to say welcome back. I know you were off last week, so hopefully that helped a bit for the psyche. But anyway, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. Good to be back.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I tried to get here a few minutes earlier, but of course I was delayed.
Yes.
But what did I miss last week? Did anything happen in the market last week?
Nothing. Just no. Actually, last week was the last big week of earnings season. We
Oh,
had
okay.
about 250 or 300 companies, and now we're down to about 150. And next week we're hardly down to any. So, well, yeah, last week was kind of the last hurrah regarding earnings, but
Yeah.
I'm still seeing so much action right now, non-earnings related.
I mean, I'm trying to follow along. I
Yeah,
I
I
can't
know, I know,
I
I
can't to the
understand.
extent I would like to, but caught a nice move in IO and Q today, so
Oh, good.
that
Okay.
was nice.
Okay.
And that's it. That's my story for the day.
That's your story. Well, as long as you catch one good one, sometimes that's all you need for the day, right?
That is correct, sir. That is correct. All right. Well, I see it's noon already. I don't want to keep you. I forgot.
Okay, yeah, and
My
I'm going for my workout, and then I actually have to go somewhere. It's just across the street to pick up some pet food, and so I'm sure I'll be back by 1 though. Okay,
All righty. No rush on my account, to be honest.
just in case though. Okay, that'll be
All
the
right.
reason.
Sounds good. We'll
Okay,
see you then,
Chris.
Barry.
Thanks.
All right. Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
Alrighty, everybody. So Barry making his way out for his break as I make my way in. A little different, changed it up with Michael Noss. He took over for me yesterday. I had another obligation work related here yesterday, and so here I am today in place of Michael Noss with that swap. So as always, open forum here, folks, and any questions we have pertaining to the software or stocks in general, fire those away for me. No pre-done content. I don't know if there's different people here on Tuesdays and Mondays. I know different schedules allow for different things for people. So those that may not be familiar with me here, like I said, I don't have anything pre-done. Of course, I'll do my best to keep it moving, flowing, and informative. But as I like to say, I think it's best when you folks drive the content. I feel like everybody gets more out of it. And to be honest, when you folks drive the content, it makes me think a little more, and it really kind of helps me on my troubleshooting of you folks and questions and ideas sparked like that. So it's a community team effort here. Vacation was nice, Peter. It was very, very, very nice. Always good to get away with the family. So with all that out of the way, I just happened to click on EOSE and put something up that was moving on one of the races here. It looks like it is an earnings play yesterday post market. So early spike and move down and move up. It's not a small float, this stock. I think it's EV related. No, US Energy and battery manufacturing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's EV related. Employee safe scale will stay on a low total cost of ownership, battery storage, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think it's kind of EV related. So for those that are the EV players, perhaps that's something to be looking at. Again, not a small float, 121 million, give or take, in that float. Pretty sizable short float there, 23 and change on that short float. Yeah, so that's that. Just, I guess, run down the list. I haven't, in all honesty, I really just haven't had a chance to look at much of anything here on the day. I was able to get one trade in IO and Q. It doesn't really help you guys to, I don't know, like, we go over it if you wanted. But anyways, HUMA, I figured go down the list here on the top 10 of this race here. It's, where I usually do my day trading from. So HUMA, not a bad move here. Good for 6 2/3%, give or take. It's 27 cents. That's where it's at right now from prior day's close. You can see gap down and reversed, actually, and that was earnings the other day. So was that earnings? Oh, sorry, not the other day. Yesterday in the pre-market, excuse me. I'm used to it being Monday, so I was looking at this candle thinking it's Friday because I'm usually doing this on Mondays. Pharmaceutical manufacturing preparation, so I don't really know what they do, but it's a day trading chart. I don't think there's anything here to comment on as far as swing trading or anything. I mean, things in a massive downtrend for God knows how long at this point. I mean, going back to at least 2021. I'm guessing that was probably when it IPO'd back here. Again, not a really small float, not a big float either. 64 million in that float. So WLDS news, but small run WLDS. For those that are familiar, you'll know that I don't do the news. So you can see here, back in mid-ish spring, a pop here. I guess news related once again, popped up over $1, over $2, and has been fading since. I guess some news event again today. So apparel, accessories, manufacturing, I don't know what they do. Tough trader, I would say. I mean, look at these topping and bottoming shadows like this, kind of all over the place. Small float, 10 million in that float. So there it is nonetheless, sitting just under the VWAP. Hi, do you have anything for extreme overextended stocks that you could share daily chart? I don't personally have anything like that, but I mean, I'm always happy we could do an exercise right now and try to create something. We make an alert window. So let me bring over, oops, sorry, give me 1 second here. Just want to clean something up. But we could do it right now together. We can make an alert window. So I'm just trying to reset something here before I go into a configure. All right, so let's see, new configure, alert window. So we're looking for extended on the daily chart. All right, so let's go with a new high for an alert. We'll leave the crossed above resistance for fun. All right, let's come back to the search. And let's see, where do we want to start? Well, you know what? Actually, let's start with some volume, right? We want to make sure we're trading liquid stocks here, or liquid-ish. I don't know. I'm going to put 500,000 on the minimum amount of shares traded. All right. And if we're looking extended on daily, we got to make sure it's up on the day, at least today. So let's say it's up 3% today. Let's give this a price range. Let's set it at a floor of $8 on that. We say it's up from the close. It doesn't have to necessarily be up from the open, let's say. Let's go back to search here. Let's continue to scroll down. And let's go with maybe position. Let's start typing. Position 5-day range. Let's go with the position 5-day range. I don't know where you're looking for it to be extended over. A lot of this becomes subjective, right? But I'm going to go a 5-day, and someone wants to throw out a different time frame or filter. Of course, we got to have it in the system. Happy to make that swap and put it over to that. I don't know. Let's say we're at 110% on the 5 stocks, at least 110% above the low of that range. Yeah, we'll start with 110. Let's see how that looks. What else could we add to this here? Let's just kill this to filters. We need to add any of that stuff. Let's expand this out so we can all see it a little better. Um, 2-minute range, 5-day range. We need a range on this. Consecutive candles. Maybe we can throw consecutive days in here. I'm just going to throw 3 in a row that we got to be up. Let's come back to the search. I don't think any of these. Let's just see what we've got before we add too much to it, and we can start adjusting with what we have and refining it a little bit as we go along. See what it's giving us and where it may take us. All right, so we've got that here. There we go. Let's just see what the last alert was, lift. All right, so let's see what lift looks like on a daily chart here. So, all right, I mean, I don't know if you call that extended. The problem is it's been in a downtrend. So, you know, is it just getting a bounce now? Again, this becomes subjective. One person's going to look and say, yeah, it's extended over the last few days. Another person's going to say, yeah, it's just a relief bounce from, you know, the sell-off that it had for all these days in a row here. So if anybody wants to add any comments to that or context to any of that, just, you know, so we're working on kind of the same page of what we agree is extended on a daily chart. For me, I'm going to proceed forward minus any comments here and changing directions that I'm not going to call it extended. And we're going to go on a position in 20-day range. If I could type right, we would do it. P-S-I-T-I-O-N. And I'm going to say let's go with the position in 20-day range. Make sure it's not a stock that's fallen then. So it's got to be, I don't know, I'm going to put it 75% above the low of the 20-day range just to see here. We've got nothing coming in today. Lift still makes it. So I guess because we're going way back here. And, you know, this is, you know, for me anyway, scan building 101, a little trial and error here. And of course, no scan is perfect, obviously. I'm not getting anything. Nothing for today. Let's click all on the history. All right, so here's a bunch of alerts from yesterday. We just didn't get anything today. We got a few alerts yesterday. EVLO. I would not call that extended. ELO. Yeah, all right. So I'd say that was a bit extended here. You had a nice run up and a pullback and another nice run up. Sold off. I'm guessing that's what you're looking for. NARI. Kind of. CELH. I feel like I saw this yesterday. Yeah, I'd say that's extended now. So, all right, we're finding some stuff that we kind of like here. Just we didn't find anything. It didn't have anything come through today. So again, let's refine this a little bit. We're going to go 90 here. Go 120 here and see what happens. And again, looks like nothing for today. Wanting to be selective, but not too selective like it looks at. All right. Well, let's refine just a little bit more because why not, right? We've got time here, right? There's nothing else going on. And again, anybody with questions, you know, fire those questions away too. Don't hold your questions back because we're working on a scan right now. I'll circle back to things and poke in and out of the different topics and questions that get asked without any issues here. You know, we'd never ignore anybody. BSCO. Nah, that's not what we don't like that one at all. Something like CAT on August 8th. So CAT on August 8th. First. All right. So, well, you know, CAT on August 8th. You know, that's consolidating now. I'd say at this point it's gapped up and it's kind of consolidating in that gap. So I think where we were kind of originally might have been a little better. Let's try something here and search position. Position 10-day range. Kind of trying to stack the filters here on the position and ranges to make sure we're kind of trending up. So we're back to getting lift again. But, you know, based on what you said about CAT, I would say that lift is a candidate you'd want to see. Let's take a look at the rest of today. Again, we just want to, you know, like you said, you want to be somewhat selective. So lift is the only one that really has met it today, to be honest. Let's go back to history and let's click all. So last night before the post market closes, KRO, I mean, kind of, again, depending on what we're specifically looking for in that. We looked at that. We looked at that. We've seen most of these. This MPC from the 11th. I mean, that's extended. And that I'd call that extended. So, you know, I think we've got something. I think you got something here to work with. I'm going to call it extended daily with the question mark. And I'm going to ship this off to you folks for anybody that wants. All right. And I mean, you obviously could use it just as is, or, you know, you could take it as a base and make some edits on it as time goes on. Yeah. So, and let me know, Trevor, if that works. And we could pursue a little more if you want to throw some more ideas at me there or some more thoughts. And anybody else who wants to participate in it too, that may be interested in a scan similar to this or the exact scan. But, you know, again, some of this becomes subjective on extended and things of that nature. So please feel free. Sure. Chris, following this thread of discussion, how would you do a scan for extended against some moving averages, say 10 SMA? Is that possible? After you're done with addressing Trevor's question. Thanks. Yeah, of course. So we could do that too. I hadn't even thought of that. So let's leave this scan over to the side for right now so we can revisit it if we want. And let's start a new one. We're going to get a new alert window in here. And again, we're looking for extended. So TSAT just happened to come through. I'm just going to click OK on that. So I've got that. Just want to look at what TSAT looks like here. Want to click. There we go. So there you go. That's a nice extension there. All right. All right, so let's get back into this. And let's go with a new high again on the selected alerts. And that's another thing you could come around and play with too is the selected alerts. You know, they bear as big of an impact as anything else with a scan. Obviously, on a scan like this, you're more likely looking for something that's still alerting moving up at this point. Although maybe you're trying to find it, catch at the beginning of the move down. So you might want something like a 5-minute low or 15-minute low, 30-minute low, something to that effect as well, or cross below support. That those could work as well if you're looking more for the actual turn than trying to find something on continuing on the way up. Just another way to look at it and do that. With that said, we want 10 SMA, you said, right? Is that correct? All right, so we've got this percent change from a 10 SMA, and we can add that filter. And let's just go ahead and do a few other things in here. Let's give it a floor of $8 again, unless someone has something else that they want to throw in there. But, you know, I'm feeling you kind of want to look at stocks that have, you know, that are not penny stocks, essentially. If you're trying to find things on a pullback that's, you know, you're looking to short, essentially, is what I'm gathering here. Again, let's go with the 500,000 threshold minimum. Again, what's extended? Let's take a look. Let's just throw 10% above this really fast, and let's see some stuff that's come through it. All right, so here's TDS. And, you know, let me add that SMA here. Otherwise, you know, we're kind of shooting at in the dark, right, if we don't have the actual SMA on the chart. So let's add that. There it is. All right, let's close. So now we can see what it looks like. So that's what 10% looks like at 18 bucks. Let's look at some history here. Let's get some today's history. PSFE. So we can see a nice shot off of that there. Right, so it's sideways, so it really kind of, you know, this size will move up 24.5% today. Obviously weighing heavy there. Let me hide that really fast. We saw TDS. No. Yeah, we did see TDS, and I need to see that again. PSFE, TSAT. We just saw that here on this scan, but here it is again on this. I mean, really extended off that 10 SMA. This is going to be an inverse ETF for China. You know. Eli Lilly, that's pretty extended off that 10 SMA. So again, now the question is, we're finding stuff that is, yeah, exactly, varying that percent. That's right. So obviously 10% on a $10 stock is going to look differently than 10% on a $100 stock to start with. Second, we only set a floor of 10% off of it. We didn't say that there was a max. There was a ceiling to that as well. So, you know, there's other things we could look at it as well. You know, again, we're looking here. Where's my drawing tool? I'm pulling my drawing tool up. We're looking at sometimes these stocks that we're seeing on both of these scans now. Where is my drawing tool? There we go. We're seeing on both these scans maybe some consolidation periods here, which leads to a quicker extension, as you know, the moving average on this, in this case, is, you know, jumping back and forth above and below it. No, we don't want to update right now. And then the same kind of concept comes with something like Lyft, right? So on that 5-day, because we're moving down and we've got a jump, right? And on the look back of the 20-day, because we're coming back here somewhere, you know, we're still not way above the 20-day as well on that. So that's where some of the consolidation comes in and it starts to become that refining. So again, we could go into this and we could add, we could search, you know, and we could take a look at, I just want to expand that so we can see together a little better. You know, we could come in, we're at a 10 SMA on the daily. We could get a 10 SMA, or excuse me, an 8 SMA as well. We could throw that in there if we wanted to find it extended off of that. We could even do it with the 20 SMA, you know. So we could say, you know, we also want to see maybe the stocks, you know, 5% above this. Let's just see what it looks like. Let's go with history and let's go with all again. So pretty similar to what we saw already. Didn't really refine it at all. But what we could do is this. Maybe we don't want to be, maybe we don't want to set the floor on the 10 SMA so much. Maybe we go 5 and 5. Let's see if that just gives us a little look. So there, you know, dust, something new. That's probably just a new alert, actually. All right, but VSCO, I don't think we saw that before. That's not extended. Yeah, I think going with that 10 floor is probably where we want to be on that. But if we want to add a little boost, we could put something like that 8 in there. That's going to be the smallest time frame that we have on the daily. Yeah. Just trying to think of a way to find a little more. Find a little more on the extension, but I think also because overall we've had a bit of a pullback in the market now. Obviously, that's going to affect what we're seeing here. As a majority of stocks are going to follow the market anyways, or close enough. Just trying to think of something else I can add to it to give us a little more refinement. I don't think I like that the 8 in there. And we could put, let's see, daily or consecutive. That's what I want. Consecutive days. Just wondering if that does anything. I'm pretty much sticking with it here at this point. Earlier in the day, some more alerts on this. Groupon, that's looking good and extended. Some earlier alerts from the 11 o'clock hour. Now, yeah, this is extended, but it helps that it's up 5.5% today, or a little more than 5 2/3% today. Excuse me. X, but I think there's buyout rumors or something. Someone told me, right? So hard to account for that. APLS, what do you look like? All right. Well, I mean, look, I know it's that massive downtrend, but look, it's off almost 40% retracement or something like that here at some point. 40 some odd percent retracement off that bottom, give or take. So kind of hard to argue that. TGTX, yeah, we're seeing some okay stuff in here. TGTX, I guess, it's up over 10% off this bottom, well over 10% off that bottoming move, off that gap down. There's lift again for us earlier in the day. And also, let's consider the fact that the market did gap down this morning. So finding stocks that are moving up on the day, less likely. And then, sorry, Travis, I just saw your NVIDIA thing. Let me give me a second. 10 more makes sense. Is a tweak possible where the extension could have been 1 day back? Yeah, we could do something like that. Here, let's do this. So what have we done already? We've got that going on. So let's get rid of consecutive day. All right, you know what? Yeah, let's get rid of the consecutive days then. All right, and let's look at yesterday. So change the previous day. Let's add that filter, and we could say it was up at least 3% yesterday. All right. And then the change from close today, we could put a minus 0.01. So it's got to be at least down today, if not massively down. And last alert we would have got was X. That's what that looked like right here. So, X gap down. And again, we've got these moving up alerts in here too. So we could even change that around. Let's just mess around with this. Throw a new low in there just for fun. And let's do cross below support. Let's add that. They're going to give us a whole new look here. So there's APLS. All right. So after this big run, let's take a look here. History. Let's just look at today. A lot of APLS. So a lot of the same stocks, few new ones, right? By giving it that look. All right. A lot of the same stocks. but a different, and a few new ones, and a different look from all of it. So I'm going to go ahead and share that out. Let me name it first. Let's call it Extended 10 SMA down today. Excellent, excellent. Glad you found that helpful. And, hopefully there's other people that this is helping, open up different avenues and paths of scan building here. I can say for myself in past experiences, I kind of get pigeonholed, or I used to a lot, like just going to the same 5 filters all the time, same 1 or 2 alerts all the time, and, just kind of stuck and stale on scan building. I don't scan build like I used to. I've got kind of my niche and what I do, and, it works, here I am. So, but over time of doing support sessions like this and answering emails and helping with things like that, it's helped force me to open up my avenues on thoughts and scan building. And so, here it is, how it kind of comes full circle. I want to do something similar with this original one on the extended daily that we did here. And I'm going to add those alerts to this one too. And so just a revise on it. I'm going to reshare it because I suspect that adding those bearish alert types to it will also give it a different look. So did I do that right? No, I don't think I did. I think I shared the same one twice in a row. I apologize. Let me try that again. Save and share. Copy. I think I shared the same one twice in a row. Sorry about that. There we go. That should be. That should be good now. Well, I'm not sure. All right, but they're definitely there. Both the different looks there are there for you all. So, all right, let's we'll close those out. And circling back to Travis on NVIDIA, I'm just scrolling back up to make sure I didn't miss anything else. If I missed something else, please let me know. I scrolled up. I didn't see anything else. The last new thing I saw was from Travis, NVDA. Yeah, it had a big day yesterday, right? Yeah. So here we are again today, up another 2 and change. Big gap up, pullback in the middle of that all now. So Harami candle forming there on the daily. More of a doji, sorry, not a Harami. Need a bigger body to be a Harami. So anyways, there it is, sports fans. How is it bouncing today? I don't really know. I don't know if there's some news, earnings are a ways off here, another week plus or so. So not sure what else I could say about that other than maybe the FOMO of catching it somewhere around $400 came in on people yesterday. It was all the way down here, 403 and change. So perhaps that finding that 400 level. I mean, that's the one logical technical thing I could come up with. If we think about it, here's that massive gap up. It seems like $400 is a big psychological number. I mean, I don't think that's any surprise to anyone. When you've got a $400 stock, I mean, $3 becomes less of a big deal, let's say. That'll be my 2 cents there. There's nothing else that points to the chart technically that says it was due for a bounce there. 400 just kind of seems like the obvious go-to. And then FOMO to chase it afterwards. That's what I would go with anyways. Yeah. So SYTA not populating on our charts for some reason. I'm not sure what happened with that there. I filed a report with our dev team. Kind of crappy. Is what it is though. Oh, let's see. So Getty just won a race. So earnings play here reported yesterday after the bell. Excuse me, I apologize. All right, yeah. There's Getty. I'm not sure what direction it's going to head after this. Got these big topping shadows that lay in front of it here. I would say that this is a tough area for it to get by, but if it can, maybe move. Obviously not a small float, almost 200 million in that float. And let's see, let's continue down. So we talked HUMA. And again, anybody with questions, or if I didn't go far enough on something, or I didn't touch on something in a way that someone liked or needed, please, make sure pop those in there in the comments for me, so I could circle back and make sure that everybody's is getting the best information I can provide for them anyways. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of, run down some different stocks that have come through the scans here for me today, maybe run down a few sectors or something like that, things that have been popping out to me. GROV, obviously, earnings play again. Nice gap up. Very nice move here. Given some back, obviously. And now fighting around the VWAP. So, VWAP's 283. Just below that here. Day trader, again, obviously, there's nothing to comment here as far as the daily chart goes, right? Just day trader. DCTH. Let's see. Earnings are behind it. So from last week, big gap up today. I would have to surmise some news is involved in this. I mean, up 118% essentially right now. Small float, 9.15 million in that float. Trading well above that VWAP of 621. And looks like, 7 was a little more than it could bear for the moment anyways, popped up above that slightly. I would also say that if we draw a line there, right, I don't think it's any happy accident that happened at that level. I also don't think it's any happy accident that this is going on here, more or less towards the bottom of that body on the candle. So, it might be something you want to set a price alert for, up above that $7 level again. I mean, massive liquidity, 86 million, about to be 87 million shares traded on it today, relative volume of just shy of 3,500. I mean, wild, absolutely wild. So big time interest. So I'm sorry, let's see, Christine, I have a docked layout and none of the charts is frozen. No matter what ticker I click on from the parts of layout, it has remained frozen on the same ticker all day. So make sure that they're linked, Christine. So this is what you're going to want to do here. Right click the chart and look for properties, then look for symbol linking. Make sure there's a check mark here on the symbol linking, and then check what it's linked to here. Is it linked to all the windows? Is it only linked to red windows? Is it linked to gold, purple? Is it linked just to the dock itself? And you can see those indications here on these scans. Like if you look here, see how that's red, and these are red, and this is red, and this is red. These are all linked together. All these are linked together. All this is linked together. All the reds here are linked together. So anything I do red-wise and click around, they will affect the red linked charts versus, one second here. I've got a green link chart on another screen here, and you can see that. So anything I do on the green link stuff, that's green, that's red. That's what happens with that there. Let me know if that is making sense. If I went too fast, let me know. I can go back over that again. It's linked to the dock. It's the same layout I have used every day for the past year. Yeah, I just suggest go ahead, right click, and double check all that in there, Christine. I mean, it shouldn't have changed on its own, but we don't have any system-wide charts aren't changing for anybody. So it's going to be something in here unique to what you've got going on your setup there. Obviously I can't see it from my end. The only other thing I could say to make sure is that obviously you're connected here. I mean, I surmise you're connected. I don't think that's an issue, but just in case, and then maybe pop in to reset your connection as well. Outside of that, the other thing I could tell you to do, Christine, is maybe give us a screenshot of what you got going on. Email it to us at info@trade-ideas.com. Email us a screenshot to that address. And also, if you could email us a cloud link to your entire layout as well, and we can look at that as well. Got it. So yeah, like I said, I would just check that. I mean, I've got a daily chart here. It's obviously changing, as I click through things. So like I said, it's not a system-wide thing. It's going to be something that's you specifically got going on there. Again, not being able to put eyes on it, I go to the number one culprits of this happening. And like I said, if you can email us a screenshot of what it looks like there, and if you can email us your layout, and we can take a look at it through that way. I don't have any other way to troubleshoot that here in this live stream like that. Luca, is KVUE a company that could drop on offering? I'm not really sure. Is it way up or something? I wouldn't say it's likely to, unless they have a massive amount of debt or something. It's a newer issue, so the likelihood of them making an offering in a position like this, I don't think is high. Usually when you see an offering is when, pharmaceutical companies or some kind of biotech or something like that makes a big run up all of a sudden out of nowhere and they decide to raise money. I don't know what the fundamentals of this company is, if they really need to raise revenue, raise cash. We can see here, I do have a few fundamental things in here. So they've got 1.23 billion in cash already. Their revenue, 15.41 billion, and the current debt's 8 billion. I wouldn't guess they need to raise cash based on that alone, but I'm no expert on any of that. So that's just my 2 cents in that regard. Do I like Getty? No, I didn't say I like Getty. I just commented that it came through on the scan up here there, Michael Anthony. All I can say is it came through scan. I have no opinion on Getty. All right, yeah, and Christina tried resetting. I tried shutting down and restarting. Yeah, so just shoot that over to us, Christine. That's going to be the best way for us to take a look at that. Yeah. They have something called Momo Pro, but works on browser. I'm not sure, Jason, what that means. Sorry. If you could provide some context or clarity to that post. There's momentum scans, but you can call a scan anything. I know there's some popular ones that some different affiliates that we've had over the years that people ask about those. Hi, Chris. LL looks pretty bull flaggish on the 15-minute, came up in top on your morning scan that I've been using for a while. It finds really powerful stocks. LL. I'm glad the scan is working out for you. I'd like to hear that. Let's swap to a 15-minute chart. All right, let's make sure we're looking at the same stuff here. So, there's your pull. For a flag, you want to see 3 candles kind of moving the opposite direction. We got 2 before that pop. I would call this more of a pennant than a flag technically, but I see where you're going with it. Whoops, that's a terribly drawn line. I see where you're going with that. I'd say this is more of a pennant. Also, we could call it an ascending triangle. Forgive my brain fart there. But yeah, no, I'm on board there, Trader 77. I see what you're looking at there. I would say, for me to have any interest in that, I needed to take out the high of the day here. And then, kind of looking at the daily chart, not kind of looking at it. If it would scroll the right way and zoom in, you're looking at $5 as a resistance level without any question here. So, not a ton of room here, but that doesn't mean things can't happen. Obviously, there's, nearly 3 million shares traded and 11.76 relative volume. So obviously plenty of interest in there, at least earlier in the day. I would just say, high of day is going to be a challenge here. So 485, give or take. And then $5 will also be a challenge here. So, those are areas that I'd be looking at here as far as the day trade goes. You don't have a ton of room in there. There's a lot of room to the low of the day here and then filling that gap as well. So, my 2 cents on it there, how I feel about that. Big decline in volume now. So you're obviously going to want to see that level off and then pick back up as well to find that interest to push that higher on the day here for whatever that's worth. And Christine, thanks, will do. All right. Yeah, Christine, thank you for, and if it's not someone else at some point, myself, I'll dive into it. I'm sure there's a lot of things building up for me here, unfortunately, while I'm doing the live stream. So it's just kind of the way it works around here. I think I'm caught up on everything. Again, if I've missed something, please let me know. Scrolling back up to make sure I've addressed every post that's in here. But if I miss something somehow again, or if you need me to a little more clarity, let me know. Wasn't there else in that lumber company, that one bankrupt? Yeah, Lumber Liquidators. I think that's the name of the company. LL Flooring. They used to be called Lumber Liquidators, I believe. I mean, they've been around for a long time. That's when you said LL, I'm like, geez, is it Lumber Liquidators? Didn't they go out of business like 6 or 7 times at this point? I remember they had that big scandal that their flooring was like toxic or something like that. They're using toxic materials in their flooring, if I remember correctly. Obviously, all these things are, they are what they are. Like Hertz went bankrupt, right? And then now they're a thriving car rental company again. And Chesapeake Energy, same thing, right? If I'm not mistaken. So for whatever that's worth. Formaldehyde. All right. Yeah, that's what it was. So, yeah, I knew they had something poisonous in their thing. That was at the beginning of me trading, as a matter of fact. That was like when I first joined the trading room. I think that happened within the first 6 months, I want to say. It was like some massive short that went on. Pop my earphones back in case that's Barry coming back in. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I thought that was you.
Yeah, it was formaldehyde out of China. They were.
Yep. Peter just put that in there. China. Yep, from China. Yeah, I remember that. Like that was like one of those epic shorts in the room that one day.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I think they did a bunch of reverse splits, at least one anyway, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a lifetime high of 119.98, so there's no way
exactly. There was no way it was up. I don't think so. I don't think it was up there realistically, but
yeah,
you never know in those days.
True, very true.
But it came off the floor, and I don't know but they say they don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
sure. We don't do that anymore, so we're okay now.
Yeah,
you can buy a lumber.
That was one epic short, and I'll never forget the Equifax one. It was Equifax, right?
Equifax, exactly, with the security hack.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That they never really addressed.
Boy, I'm in this short of HE, Hawaiian Airlines. Oh man. It's funny. I said yesterday that I would not short any of the China stocks. Did not want to take advantage of what's going on there. But the thing with Hawaiian Airlines, of course, the conjecture right now is that they're a little bit, I mean, who knows exactly, but with what happened in California with PSG.
Yeah.
and they're trying to maybe put the blame on this whole awful fire on this HE. Whether that's true or not, they talk about a down power line, but there were high winds, etc.
Yeah.
So I decided to flip my script on that one. I said, well, you know what? If they are to blame, well, okay.
Then
But
here
look
you
at that
go.
short now.
Yeah.
HE now it's at the low of yesterday,
Yeah.
and,
That's
and it's a lifetime low now.
wow. Yeah. I thought you said at first. I thought you said Hawaiian Airlines.
No, if I said no, I meant Hawaiian
Yeah,
Electric.
because Hawaiian Airlines is HA. So I went
Yes,
to HA. Yeah. So HE. Yeah. I mean,
HE.
that's some. Well, someone's taking the blame.
Somebody's taking the blame, and it looks like it's going to be
someone's got to
them.
be held accountable for it.
Hmm.
When you've got that kind of loss of life, it is what it is. Just awful.
Yeah, down
Absolutely
further in
awful.
Maui, wildfire scrutiny and growing scrutiny over whether its equipment played a role, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, look, Hawaii is a hurricane area, and there were some high winds and
Yeah.
maybe a down line. I mean, are they completely to blame? I don't know. But
Yeah.
the bottom line right now is that this is just, I mean, it's an all-time low now for them.
Yeah. Nope. 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 That is. That looks like it's got, as I like to say, it looks like it has support around zero.
Yeah, yeah. So taking advantage of it, we were watching it, excuse me, on a 20 break. If you look at the chart today, it was hanging around that 20 level for quite
Yeah.
a while, for
Yeah.
about the
And you
first
had
hour.
those, it was a real, obviously hindsight trading, but if you look at that around 10 o'clock, that on a 5 minute chart, anyways, that topping shadow, and then it
Hmm.
couldn't break that. And then you had the bottoming shadow, breaking it further under 20, and then another topping shadow after that, trying to shoot it up over 20 and couldn't do it.
Right.
It still went sideways for another 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes before it really had that release. But I mean, that in hindsight looks like the sellers just really, really were setting up to take a hold of that right there.
Oh, yeah.
The buyers had no
And
chance.
there's 510,000 at Interactive Brokers. So my thing on that, of course, always looking at that is, if there are enough shares at Interactive Brokers, I just feel that there are probably a lot of shares in other brokerages too.
Yeah, I would surmise as much too.
So anyway, I mean, if they are to blame, well, the heck with them. I mean, I
Yeah.
hate to say it like that, but this has just turned into a unbelievable short for me now.
Yeah. What was that? It was PGE was the one
P,
in
PCG, yeah, PCG,
PCG. That's still, I
California.
mean, it still exists, and the price on that's pretty
Yep.
decent now, right? Yeah, yeah. Look at
Yeah.
I
Well, it's a
mean,
few
all
years
things
ago now,
considered.
and
Yeah,
I think they had a lot of cash, and they had to settle. I mean, they had to.
yeah,
I think it was several $billion payout.
yeah,
So I think they had a lot of cash, and well, yeah, you're right. They are still. So they're probably looking at this and commiserating a little bit with HE.
yeah. I'd have to imagine. I wouldn't be surprised if they're reaching out to them. What did you do?
Hmm.
What one thing you don't want to fight is the government. That's for sure.
Right.
And like you said, someone's taking the blame one way or the other. What a reversal on IONQ. I'm glad I got out of that. I saw that at that 15 break and thought to myself, I got it well after the 15 break. I just couldn't believe it kept climbing like that. But I thought, how much further can this go? And I
Hmm.
was looking at the body of yesterday's candle. Do you have? Never mind. I was going to ask if you have trouble with our charts and the scrolling, especially on the HTML. But I'll table that for now. Just whenever I
Well,
go to
yeah,
zoom, when I go to zoom in, it zooms out all the time. Like
yeah.
there's 0% chance I just zoomed in, and yet here I am.
Unfortunately for me, I had to go back to the TV
Yeah,
chart yesterday. I was using the our HTML charts. They weren't too bad for a few days, and then all of a sudden, I mean, they just started to slow
yeah,
down to a crawl. So I took it off their HTML. Same issue. So you
yeah,
know what? I'm just frustrating myself too much. Well, I'll use the TV charts. I still have a trade ideas chart side by side to see how
yeah.
quickly they're loading, and
I do.
you know,
I do the same thing basically. For this, I have these two TI charts that I leave up, and and then I've got other charts that I use elsewhere.
mhm,
So, what I was looking at on IONQ is I said, gee, if it gets to the high of yesterday, is it really going to be able to make it through that? And I really didn't think
right.
so. And so I started selling a little on the way up, and when we got up near the high of yesterday, I just decided that was it. I just
Oh, there I am. I guess I must be
yes.
live now for you.
um,
I find that hilarious. Yeah, you're right. I can see the high yesterday was 1664. It poked just a little bit above it, and then it
yeah,
stalled.
and that was
So,
that. So I did not sell the high. I sold it, a few cents before that, anyways. I decided that that'll do that, especially when Brokerage Plus issues started mounting up. I said I can't keep my attention on this anymore. So, all the same, though, a nice move from it here. I have no idea what
yeah.
the stock does, but I've now traded it like 15 times over the last month.
Well, interestingly, it's sitting right on the VWAP right now. 1598 is the VWAP, so
Yep.
it's at 16. So, hey, obviously the thing is, are we watching it to see if it bounces off the VWAP or maybe
Break
just
down below.
continues to move down?
Yep.
Because it's got room on the way down, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean
That's
the relative volume really took a big tick up on this when that all happened, because it was sitting around one-ish. It was sitting around what it normally is, and now it's, even with the volume having, dribbled off a little bit here over the last half an hour, still sitting over 2.5 on that relative volume. So it even just went 2.6 now, as a matter of fact. So
right.
Still some interest there, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it's interesting to me now, maybe on a short. It's easy enough to put your stop, just put your stop a little bit above the VWAP.
Yeah,
Take the short right now, and if it doesn't work,
it's
you're
really
going to know
starting to break down.
pretty
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah,
Bit
there
of
it
a
goes.
breakdown. Yep.
Okay, everybody,
Watching
just pile into the short.
Yeah.
This is not investment advice. Oh man, hey Todd, you're not interrupting. I'll just stop talking for a bit. Let Chris answer you. Okay.
Sorry, where?
Last question.
Yeah, sorry.
The lane size.
And cannot change the lane size.
Not going to like the answer.
Yeah. The answer to this is the lane size. It auto sizes based on how many stocks fill the space, essentially. So if you've got a really, really huge window, the lanes are going to get bigger. If you have a smaller window, the lanes are going to get smaller. I don't think there's a lane size anymore, right? There was, and then
there's no lane size option. Is my noise canceling working? The reason I asked is that the
nope, I don't hear anything coming from you.
Oh, okay, cool. Because the leaf blower is literally, I'm just waving at the guy.
The only thing I hear different is you got louder, because I can hear you talking over it, or trying to talk over it. No, I don't hear it at all.
Oh wow, that's amazing. That noise canceling is a sensational piece of software.
Oh, Christine, thanks for that update on that. That's strange. I wonder what froze you up there, and why was that one specific chart? I wish I had an answer to just hand you on that. Huh. Christina had an issue. What her daily chart wasn't. It wasn't linked, but it was linked, but it wasn't changing, and all of her other charts were. And she just
sometimes the best thing is just to either do an account reset, or just like you did, Christine. And I know Chris probably told you to do that.
Yeah,
because we can drive ourselves. Too. Oh, really? She had done a reset.
Yeah, she had done it before, she said. So I just really can't. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that. Race setup. There used to be a thing towards the beginning of the races. I'll say, not in the first month or two, but in let's say in months 3, 4, 5, 6 of their conception, there was a way to change the lanes on it. I think that was taken away for some reason, though. And I don't see it as an option anymore anywhere. Yeah, so sorry about that, Todd. You're at the mercy of the size of the window, essentially.
You know what, Chris? I will let you go now if you want. I know you can't wait to get back to all the fun stuff that's happening on your end.
Listen.
So, I know you started a little early, so if you want to take off now, go for it.
Alrighty, sounds good. The screen is yours when you're ready, my friend.
All right, let me just take it over. There we go. And there's my HE. There we are. Okay.
Looking beautiful. I hope it moves down another $3 for you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Todd, and thank you everybody else for bearing with me here on an unusual Tuesday for me. And Barry, I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Let me get the announcement out or off. was just talking to Chris in our YouTube room for a bit. Um, yeah, I mean the HE is, I mean it's all-time low. It's all-time low now. It was that 20 break that did it. I mean, remember we were talking about it, how it was just sitting around that 20 level for the longest period. Once it took out 20, it got into the 1980s. That looked like it was gold for a while. By the way, guys, when I was I'm out of the Nitro, the NTR short. It it went through 61 briefly, I think, and then it came back up, and that was my cue. Refresh my memory. No, it didn't. Must be something else I was looking at. So anyway, not a bad short for me on the NTR. Real was mentioning the TSAT. Um, yeah, I had an alert set for TSAT. I had it this morning, and I've deleted all my alerts on a 14 break. Wow, what a move! I'm not in it. This was a big one from a few days ago, 2 days ago, I guess. This was an earnings play 2 days ago. It just absolutely ripped higher, and it's a great. This is a classic 2-day continuation off earnings. Here's the second day, and now the third day off earnings for TSAT. I asked home a question, Michael Anthony. Not, it must be just a typo. Now TSAT, boy, this looks like an interesting short setup possibility for TSAT. Well, not too many. 28,000 at Interactive Brokers. Well, it wasn't cheering you on, Vicky, but I'm sure you made a little bit of money on it. I'm still waiting on now on an 18 break for HE. Bounce off 18 though again will certainly get me to cover most of my position. Well, I'm looking to short it just because I mean it's pretty. I mean, I won't do it if you're in it, but but it's it's looking pretty toppy right now. The only thing is nice big bottoming tail there. So the sellers tried at one point. They did get it down to 1664. Buyers close it at 17. Sellers are trying to move it down again, but you're going to need some volume coming in. The volume is tailed off somewhat. So, Michael Anthony, I don't know if you heard me. I didn't quite understand your question. Ask home a question, so you might want to rephrase that. So, Todd, are you still there? I want to make sure I understood what you were talking about with the races. You're talking about being able to shrink it down even more on the right-hand side because, yeah, it has to be a certain width. Is that what you were talking about? Oh, you're in here. Oh, there you are, Todd. Okay. You went to, so is that what you meant though? So the race has a width and it has to be a minimum width. Is that what you meant? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I thought the same thing because, if especially if screen space is an issue, it'd be nicer to be able to shrink because you don't really need to see the whole thing racing. But yeah, there's a minimum width that it has to be regardless of what your screen size is. Yeah, I agree, Leanne. I mean, I remember when I was using the races more extensively, I thought, well, why can't I just, shrink it to what I want? But no, it wouldn't let you. Now the font size, or now are you talking about the font size now? Well, the font size, it depends. If you use, let me bring up a race. I haven't used a race in a long time. And it doesn't appear to be loading. There we go. Maybe I deleted that one. So it depends. If I use browser interface, I get this, but if I take it off the browser interface, I can shrink the font. Okay, so that's one thing you could do. Now using the browser interface, it's more seamless the way it moves up and down. That's the issue. But as far as but this is what we're also talking about. Yeah, that is the width. I cannot shrink that anymore. That worked. Okay. Just remember though that it's not going to be as smooth looking when the stocks are moving up and down. So if you're okay with that, see how it's a little herky jerky, but if I put it on the when I put it on the browser interface, you'll see things moving up and down more smoothly. But yeah, see, and screen space is not an issue for me, so it didn't really bother me that much. But and that's right. Yeah, if you shrink it, I guess if you were able to shrink it so much, you wouldn't be able to see the races on or the race winners on the right hand side. No problem, Todd. So PJ, tell me you escaped for the SBGC. You were halted, I think it was 785, right? I know it moved against you, but did you somehow not really have a tight stop? Because I know then it popped up afterwards for you all the way up to 10 almost. Hmm. I actually have an alert set for the high of the day, guys. If this takes out the high of the day later on, this could have another move in it. This has been one of the more successful IPOs. IPO at $4, or was it 5? Yeah, priced at $4. So it opened above that, okay, which is always encouraging, and then it just ran all the way up through 10. Yeah, I mean, the high day of the alert, if it happens towards the end of the day, you know what traders are like, and they may get interested. All right, guys, 110. I think I'll do my video now. And I don't think I'm going to go to the marketing meeting at 2, so it'll just be a short break while I do my video. So what time is it? 110, say 120. I had a bit of an issue with something yesterday, so hopefully I don't have that issue. We'll say 121 ET. It shouldn't be that long, but just in case I have the same issue. Okay, guys, excuse me, I'm muting myself, both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Do I take a nap on my breaks, Hermes? Absolutely not. No, I actually go have a little workout routine for about 15 minutes, and then I try to have a little bite to eat. If it's Thursday, I do some vacuuming. No, no, I don't take a nap. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just kind of watching now to see. Just before I went on my break, I was talking ASTS. I mean, this just absolutely. Remember at the beginning, I love this one at the beginning. It's an earnings play. We got up to $5. I remember we saw this one right about here. We saw in the pre-market, I got up to $5. But the big deal about this one, when you look left on the weekly chart, it had room to almost 7. But it looked again, I know I'm crazy, but it just stopped basically at the $5 mark. And look what it did. Well, I'll tell you, with the TSAT, there's no question. There's the bottoming tails there, two of them in a row, pretty big ones too. Sellers have been trying like mad to knock it down, but every time that happens, the buyers take over and close it way higher. The sellers are trying again, though, guys. They're trying again to knock it down. There's a real battle going on right around that 17 mark. Sorry, guys. Those of you who are trying to short or go long HE, you know, every time I see this up here, this is now well, it's a low of the day, also an all-time low, HE. Oh man. At some point, is it going to give you guys a big bounce? Probably, but right now I'm going to keep riding it a little bit more. Yeah, the volume is shrinking. Well, I'm short HE Alberto, so I'm not trying to catch a falling knife. Some are though. Probably what would get me out, most of my position would be, 1820. I don't even know what my RR is on this one. I haven't calculated it because I had about a 21-cent stop. Well, that's just for fun. Do some quick math. Oh, even lower. Well, basically, it's a 1 for 10 so far, and increasing. Wow. Question in our YouTube room, do I always have my RR calculated before entering? Well, the, a 1 for 2, yes. I mean, my minimum, I have to have a minimum expectation of a 1 for 2, Luca. Otherwise, I won't take the trade. Now, but I think it was going to do this, now giving me like a 1 for, I don't know, 11 now. So I don't know if that answers your question. I mean, the RR, is recalculated, as long as it keeps moving down in the right direction, it keeps, there's a recalculation. I just did that sort of mentally. That's all. But the first one, yes, that gets me into the trade as long as I have a reasonable expectation of a 1 for 2. So that had to move 42 cents for me. Let's say 40. Let's make them super simple. I had to be able to look at that chart and say, well, could it move 40 cents with a 20-cent stop? And of course it did. Remembering that I don't know if it's going to do that. All I try to do though is make sure that I'm not going to encounter any chart resistance or anything else, maybe some moving average or some SMA, something like that. That's all I'm doing, just to see where could it go before it hits anything that could stall it. And of course, with Hawaii, I mean, there was really nothing. The only thing that could stall it, in my opinion, looking at a chart, was yesterday's low, 1873. Obviously, that was a little over $1 away from my entry of 1980. Ooh, is it really? Halted right at the high of the day. Oh man, this is going to. Well, you know what? I'm not going to complain too much. I wasn't really following it, but there. So there's the SBGC halt at 1034. Projected open 1070 now, but this is change. This changes, of course. I'm The only thing that picking me off is that it's happened now. I was hoping this would happen later on in the day. It would take out the high, and I would have probably taken some. Rito was a halt. I'm just watching or looking at the comment, Stuart, in our YouTube room. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so big bottom. I don't know where it came out of the halt. Oh, it's still halted. I'm sorry, this is still halted. So it's halted because of the pop off the bottom. Okay. Nope. There's no shorts available at SPGC. Okay, boys and girls, let's not deviate too much into something else. Okay. I think Vicky is kind of kidding a bit. Look, guys, on the TSAT, that is something that, I mean, if it takes out the bottoms here of those two bottoming tails, 1660, that could get it rocking down. I'm going to stick an alert at around 1650 for TSAT. Oh man, every time I see this, I mean, this is amazing. HE, just amazing in here. These are all new lows, guys. And at some point, sure, will it bounce? I guess so. We do not have a Trader Joe's up in Canada, though. No. The first time I ever heard of Trader Joe's was our year in Boston. We have one right around the corner. Kind of a cool place. Ah, okay. So SBGC resumed. Now this becomes more interesting to me. I'm glad it. I'm well. I shouldn't say glad. I don't, anybody is in that. But now for me, putting an alert now at the high of the day makes because it's not that much more over that previous high of the day. All right, guys. Hey guys, well, okay, the TSAT may be holding there. Those two bottoming tails may hold it. Okay, SLB. So you're probably talking about SLB because it's trade of the week. So it did not trigger. What was the trigger price for SLB? I know it did not trigger yesterday. It got up to what, 59.80? 60. That's right. 60 is the trigger price. So as we speak, I mean, really no trade in there. You should not have taken it. The trigger was 60, never got there. Now, does this give us an opportunity? The problem with it right now is that energy stocks are getting hit somewhat. Okay. Well, 1720 will get me out of some, but I'm still waiting on a bigger 17 break. 1720 will get me out of some on the HE to cover, but I'm still going to keep an eye on it. Maybe I mean, it's been surprising me every time it hits that whole number and keeps pouring through. So I mean, I'm so far, in the green on this one that it could go to 18. I'd be happy. Not that I'm going to wait for 18, of course. So why did you take a 10-day option, Alberto, on SLB? Just out of curiosity, because of the trade of the week. So what does that mean? I don't know how that works, a 10-day option. So if it goes to 62 and above, you'll be in the money. Is that how that is going to work? Okay. But if it remains under 62, you won't make money, correct? Okay, so you do have obviously a way to get out. So I mean, if it just starts to sink, you don't have to wait. Obviously, you don't have to wait for 10 days. You just trade it like a stock, get out of the option. Okay. Well, it's an interesting way to play it. Of course, that's not the way it's structured, but I wish you luck. 10 days from now, you never know. Okay. Well, again, Alberto, I definitely wish you luck on that one. Hope it works out. You've got some time still, of course. You've got the balance of today, half of today. So you've got 8.5 days to see if it can get back at least to 60. The issue mainly, of course, if you take a look at XLE, you're going to have to hope that XLE maybe has a bit of a pop. XLE though, I mean, this is sort of the sector you're in, and look what's happening. It's getting starting to fade into that 200-day moving average. So that's the big issue you've got with Schlumberger. Yeah, Grove, I see is it making a little pop here? It's funny, guys. I'm sort of becoming way less enamored by these little cheap ones. I'm sort of liking the more expensive ones again. But on the flip side, Grove has room until around four something. Four 440 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, and it's an earnings play, low float. Real. Do you still trade these cheap ones? I remember it was years and years ago where you weren't trading them, and then all of a sudden one day you did, and we thought, oh my gosh, what's happened to real? But I'm actually going the other way now. I mean, yeah, they're great percentage moves, but they're just so these low floaters. I mean, they can be so erratic. Well, say something under five, like Grove, GROV, something under five, no, over one, but under five. I have to decipher that. So he hit the caps, shift. Yeah, yeah. The percent. I had to look at where the percent key was. That's just over the five. Yeah, I'm sort of feeling the same way. Yeah. Well, you know what, guys? Now this is one. Even though it looks like a really great looking short here, but I won't do it. First Hawaiian. This is a bank. Okay, I'm just not going to do it. Oh, I'm just 1837 is the next low looking left, so I'm just not going to short this FHB. Well, as I say, 1720 gets me out of a big part of my position of HE if it gets there. This PayPal, yeah, this PayPal with pretty more real mentioned this or somebody mentioned this. The LA investment manager dissolved its stake in the company. Well, sorry guys. Sorry guys. I'm HE, another move down. Let's take a look at the bank ETF right now, XLF. Yeah, look at this, guys. This is getting ominously close to that 200-day moving average, 3409. 3408 is the 200-day moving average. It seemed to take, forever for it to finally break above the 200-day after that regional bank fiasco. And then finally it did back here. This is back in July 10th. But look at this, getting ominously close. Look out below if this takes out there'll be tons of banking, probably banking shorts tomorrow. All right, well, let's take a look at PayPal. I mean, where is the next low looking left for PayPal? 59.55, 58.95. I mean, if it took those out, it's not a lifetime low, but you gotta go back how long? I'm back to 2019 or earlier. 2000, who cares? 2000, I mean, tomorrow, guys, I mean, if this takes all this out, I mean, there's really no support. Another ugly looking earnings play, AREC was the next low. Pretty close. If that weren't there, I mean, a dollar would be the next low, but unfortunately, there is a low looking left that's a little bit close. I think up is an earnings play, but it's so cheap and it's not up. That's for sure. Probably an all-time low. Yeah, an all-time low now. Up. What the heck did they do? Look at this. I mean, look at the action on this. Earnings play pops up to $2. That opening candle gets cut in half again. Provider of private aviation services in the United States. Hmm. Can't be a big demand for that, obviously, right now. Well, look at BRBR, guys. This is an all-time high. I mean, we've been looking at all these ones that are disaster stocks, but I don't mean just Hawaii, but I mean stocks that are just cratering on earnings or for whatever reason. BRBR, all-time high. Bellring Brands. Okay, just covered some of my HE. We can all make money on it. Covered a lot. As I said, I would cover some around that 1720 mark. So yeah, BRBR doesn't trade very much. Big float, 131 million in the float. I'm surprised. That's a big float. Mr. Big Short himself. Okay, Vicky, I'm just going to, because this is your opinion, okay? And we have probably a lot of new traders in here, okay? I don't want to have them look at your post and think, because you're like, you are a scalper. I mean, you're willing to take 20 cents, 15 cents, things like that. So I just want to make sure that people who might be reading this or are new to the room think, well, that person must know. So I'm just going to pour everything into it. Okay. Thank you for your understanding. This is a wild one, guys. This EBIX. This is a real wild one. 2 days, huge days down. The next day up, next day down, next day trying to come back a bit. EBIX. All right, guys. I am scouring here to see if anything is interesting. So the TSAT could be interesting again. The TSAT could be interesting again over 17. So the market is just really doing nothing. Let me make sure I might have the scale. Yeah, the market is just kind of doing nothing. A little bit of pop pre-market and then the drop and then just kind of chopping around. Wow, look at NYT here, guys. I mean, 40.34 is the next low looking left. NYT. I mean, it took out that low just now, 42.62. So the next low looking left for NYT is 40.31. So I mean, we're at 42. That is over $2 away. Not bad volume, 900, two times relative volume, so it's not bad. I'm definitely interested in this one, just watching the way it's trading right now. Doesn't matter where do I put my stop. Okay, I'm in it, guys. Took the short on NYT. Ooh, Real's going to tell me right at the bottom of the channel, though, right? I'd have to readjust my thinking now. Nope. Okay. It is for me. My 15-minute LRC. But again, I love the room. Obviously, it's all because of the room underneath. Well, as I've said before, I have reduced my risk now on all my trades. Okay, anything I'm doing now is very reduced risk. So what do I mean by that? Because I've done so well on the HE and also the NTR. I mean, I did okay on the NTR and even the ONON. I mean, I've had a very good day. So consequently, any trades I'm doing now, let's just say for argument's sake, I risk $500 a trade. Okay. I will reduce that by at least a half now for future trades. I'm not gonna give anything away. Maybe even less. All right. Index, SNDX. Ooh, that had a big pop. Okay. Not a big pop, but a pop off the bottom here, 1796. Another one. Look at these some of these charts. Take a look at CSTL from Tank. Well, yesterday's low, certainly there's room. Yesterday's low was 17.30, so that's a dollar away. The only issue I'd have with it right now is these little bottoming tails on the 15. They're not huge, but the sellers have been trying to knock it down a bit. Ooh, TSAT guys, TSAT looks like it's trying to take out those bottoms now. TSAT, TSAT, bottoms, those handle bottoms right there. Whoa. Well, that sort of jumped down. So this, I mean, this looks pretty weak now. And also a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Well, I have the advantage, Jake. I can talk more quickly than people can type. All right, so NYT not really doing anything for me. It's basically right where I shorted it. 55 is where I shorted it. Did you do that on purpose? Typing warts instead of worst, just to hammer the point home. Yeah, I'm gonna just hang on just for another couple of pennies on the NYT. Oh, here's another one, guys. Underneath the whole number, USFD, USFD. Boy, look at this. Next low on the weekly chart is 38.96. There is a dollar. Nope, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Last week's low, 39.75. So there is a little bit of potential support around 39.75. Okay, guys, out of the NYT, move on to something else. A little loss on that one. I'll keep an eye on it though. I mean, if it gets back down to where I shorted it, I may reshort it. What scanner? Good question. I think it was my it's a tape, it's a ticker now. So I think it was my let me see if that makes sense. I think it was one's moving up versus one's moving down in that compare count window that I've got. Oh, it's on another monitor. But you know what I'm doing? I'm also I'm getting a little carried away with the number of alerts I've got. So I'm going to get actually rid of that one because I'm getting a lot of duplicates. So I'm going to get rid of that one right now for me. It's on another monitor. You can't see it. Okay, guys, let's see. Well, HE trying to come down again, so I'm holding out for maybe a 17 break, and I still have some left, not a lot, but some left. Okay, guys, yeah, I'm not really going to do too much right now. Yeah, I see ONON just made a new, not a new low, no, not a new low, but a little breakdown here. ONON, the low of the day was 28.54, so there's still some room to the low of the day, about $1 for ONON. Boy, look at this one. Ace. I mean, it's too hard for me to short this one now, but wow, what a short. Almost an all-time low. No, the little EV maker out of Vancouver, Solo. I feel badly for them. I met those guys a long time ago. Little car show in Vancouver. Crazy looking little car, but after the company announced a proposed merger with Teva. Is that a private company? Okay, guys, NYT has got my interest again. NYT has got my interest again. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm on Don't Cut Tree Patrol with our gardeners. Leave the tree alone. All right, I'm going to forget about NYT, but boy, I'm sure interested again in HE. HE takes out 17 again. I may add. I mean, I know that sounds. I may add, I may take another position. I do have some left, but I mean, it was a bounce, but and for those of you who took it, yeah, probably excellent bounce. But I mean, this is just looking weaker and weaker now again. Ooh, okay. There's that SPGC. Just made a new high here. New high for the day. Really, really risky. Okay. Really risky. Look at that. If you're watching the time and sales, it's all over the place. This is a great movie. 10:30, 10:44, but then it dropped down to 9 something. Look at that. 10. very, very all over the place. I'm in sales, bid ask. Okay, so very risky. If you're going to take it, do not take very many shares. The problem is, yeah, you might want to put a stop in, but it could blow right through your stop. So I don't want anybody to get hurt. Oh, look at that. Well, yeah, I don't know. I may back off this. It's just a little too frantic. What do they even do? Sachs Parente Golf. Well, when I was a big golfer, I don't think I knew these guys, but whoa! You know what? I tried to get some. I didn't get it. I tried to get a little bit of it. I did not get it. It might be a good thing. I don't know. We haven't seen an IPO like this for a while, guys. One of these really low flight IPO, low float IPOs that actually do something great on the first day. Looks like they make golf shafts, golf grips, and other golf related products. So do they actually have a putter too, like under their brand? Get out, get out. Yes. Okay. I'm just having fun now, guys. I think it's got halted. I think it just got halted. I'm sure it just got halted. I'm out of it. I just, yeah, wow. I was able to sell just before the halt. Now, I'm probably going to regret it because look what's happening. 11:51, 12. But that was okay. A bit of a rush. I was lucky. I got in at 11:02, and I literally sold at 11:50 just before the halt. You might have heard me saying, "Get out, get out, get out." I didn't know it was going to halt, but and then just after I sold, I noticed that the bid ask just stalled at 11:51, 11:52, and that on a stock like that, it's going to get halted when the bid and the ask just stops. Now, I'm going to regret this, I'm sure, because the projected open now is 12:32, but that's okay. I was actually thinking of had it acted a little bit better of holding it. Maybe a little piece of it for the second day just to see. But I don't see those prices, Edith. This is what I see, 1232, 1232. This is Interactive Brokers. I mean, I'm not saying they're infallible, but that's what I see. All right. Well, all that was going on, and I see that I'm still in, not much, guys. I don't have that much, but I'm actually really considering adding some more. Well, again, Edith, it's not. I'm not saying IB is not infallible, of course, but I've trusted this for years, it seems, on these halts, and they seem to be pretty good. That 1030, 1028 seems, I don't know, seems a little low to me. Who's your broker, Edith? Bisnap. Okay, so you're in Canada with me. Oh, I'm not arguing. You don't think I'm arguing with you. I'm just, but yeah, I think if you're in Canada, I would think Interactive Brokers is great. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open in 221, 221 plus, well, it should open in 4 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. Right now, now, I guess it's going to be longer than a 5 minute halt. So this looks like it's going to be at least now. Here's where if you're in this one now, you don't want a longer halt, you know, because the longer the halt goes on, anything can happen with this price and, it could start to drop. I mean, it could go up, of course, but I'm happy enough that I got out where I did. A 6,500 at 1358, really? On what broker, Lane? What broker is that? Oh, Fidelity, okay. Seems a little rich for a stock that's halted at 1151, but you never know. Yeah, I don't really see the bids here. I just see the I see 100 by 100, but I don't really see what you see. Maybe there's another screen within IB that shows that, but that's all I see. What's happening, guys? See how it's starting to drift down a little bit to the halt price. I'd be screaming at this thing to open if I were in it. Let's take a look at Solo. You mentioned it earlier. I just don't trade stocks under a dollar, but hey, yeah, I mean, good volume, big float. Look at that float, 108 million in the float for a sub $1 stock. Well, your next high looking left, $4. Well, guys, there's HE just made another new low here. Well, we got it all over the place here. I mean, with the SPGC. Again, I do not believe it'll open at 17. Who's your broker, Kev? Where are you seeing that? I'm not saying again, I'm not saying that IB is infallible, but IB, yeah, I would question that one. But you know what? We can't do anything about it until it opens anyway. So, all right, it just opened. I think it just opened. And so look at that. Well, it just got halted again. Just got halted again, guys. It just got halted again. Wow. Well, I wish I had my shares, but I don't. So, well, I wasn't right, Edith, but Interactive Brokers was. How's that? I wish I'd had it up just before it opened because I'm sure that 1280 or 1240 must have jumped a lot just before. So S&P, so I know somebody was mentioning this. I wasn't sure if it was a joke or not. S&P downgrades utility to junk. Yikes. Puts double B minus. Further downgrades. Whoa. Yeah. What a disaster. No pun intended. Okay, well, that's a little more in line. 15, I mean, I've got 1480, 1480. So that's a little more in line regarding what you're seeing at 15. Well, at least we had something exciting to talk about regarding a cheap IPO. And this is not out of China, so which is interesting because a lot of these really cheap ones with very low floats are out of, and the ones that move like this, a lot of them are just out of China. So obviously not out of China. So MU would not show up. Yeah. MU would not show up though for me in a daily reversal real. Not in my not my scanner because it has to take out the low of yesterday. So it would not be anything to do with the max value. Right. Well, originally we found that it was a halt. Okay. Originally. That's the first time I saw it was in the halts resume scanner at 440. Okay. That's the first at 1112. Now, one of the things about our halts resume scanner is that one of the quirks about it, it's not designed this way, but many times an IPO will appear for the first time as a resume. Okay. I would say 90% of the time. So it started trading right at say 1112, 1113, and it, right at 440. I guess that was the opening trade. Yeah, right there. So that's, and then, I think others probably knew that it was going to be an IPO today, but that's where I first saw it. That's not true. I did not first see it here, but people were talking about it. I was wrapped up in something else. But I mean, if you had the Halls resumes, you would have seen it right here at 440. Yeah, a scanner. It's total information. Okay, I mean, it's all real time and all that, but this to me is more of a scanner. This is like information. You want to find out where when a stock gets halted and where it resumes. Yeah, and I'm sharing it. Speaking of that, 232. Let me go one more time over my homepage. Been a great day. I mean, we're not in earnings season really anymore, but lots happening. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to this page. Promo, you want to take up a subscription, Barry 15% off the first month only. If you do want a yearly subscription, I can get you a better discount at 25%. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, a great course, all free. My stock of the day video, free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. It is free. Today's or this week's is SLB. It did not trigger. When you get the email, you'll see that there's a suggested entry. It never hit that entry. Big education section is here, and then here are my scans. So for instance, here's scans. I'll back this off a bit. So there's the pulse resumes over here. Abnormal option activity right there. The dock momentum up right here. Okay, and of course I have other scans on my other chart or my other monitors that you can take a look at. I'm loving my breakdowns, and then this daily reversal. Okay, so as always, guys, all I ask is this: if you take out a subscription, use my promo code. It keeps the room free. Okay, you can save my homepage link. And at some point in the future, you want to take out a subscription, great. You can just use my link and then use that promo code. It keeps the room free. This is a free room. And the way the company knows that, we use it for marketing, obviously. And so the room gets credit for the subscription taken using my link. Okay, so that's all I ask. And tell your friends and family, come into the room. It's a free room. If they're interested in just learning a little bit about trading or wondering what the heck is all this trading stuff all about, come into the room. Free. But that's a pretty intimidating headline though for HE S&P 500 downgrading it to junk. I mean, they're literally using that word. I mean, do they actually use that word? Do they literally say junk, or is that somebody's opinion? I mean, is that literally a word that the S&P would use? Yeah, I know junk bonds. I do. I know junk bonds, but I'm just wondering, is that literally something that the S&P would say this is junk? Look at this. More new lows up here, guys. Yeah, I'm just wondering if that is sort of poetic license by somebody. But again, that's sort of an opinion. You know what I mean, now, Lori? I'm just wondering if that is technically a term that the S&P would use. We at the S&P have labeled this junk. Yeah, my 1150 sell on that is not looking. I'm staring at my activity report. And if you're wondering why this is happening, don't wonder. There's no reason for this. Okay, this is just sort of the traders. Some group maybe has got a hold of this one down here and said, you know what, let's pump the heck out of it. And you know, we're seeing it. We see it. Scanners everywhere. This will fall back to earth. I don't know when. It's too bad because had that not been halted, I would have had some, or if it happened during the halt, look at this. Wow. Yeah, I do see those headlines. Yes, I'm not disputing that the S&P would use a term like junk. I'm not disputing it. It's just, wow, 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 wow. Yeah, no, I've got the same thing. I mean, I can see those headlines too. I was just intrigued. Would they actually use that term? You see, I mean, this is the S&P said it downgraded an all-rated subsidiary to BB minus and placed the entities on credit watch with negative implications and lowered the short-term and commercial paper ratings to B. Okay, I get all that. I don't see where they're actually using the term junk. That's all. Just a minute, please. Well, Matt, I thought the same way a little bit about the HE or any Hawaiian stocks, but I think HE is maybe lumped into maybe a different category. Certainly, I'm not going to short Hawaiian Airlines or that bank, the FHB, and maybe any other. But if if these guys are being held responsible for it, I mean, whether it's fair or not, I don't know. Rug pull, not yet. Not yet, anyway, not that I can see. I mean, it just got halted at 1948, and we have a projected open at 2046. So not yet. I mean, will there be one? Yep. But so yeah, I mean, I felt that way about HE yesterday until people were pointing out that they may, be taken to the woodshed on this. So I thought, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's my fault, real. I probably should be monitoring this a little bit more. Yeah, so what real is saying, here's the specific stocks we talk about right there. And then in general market talk, which is really all this other stuff about, well, anything else that's general market talk. Wow, the new low. Well, for entertainment purposes, 2:43 right now. So this got halted at yeah. So here's the well, maybe not before I. Okay, good. Seems that we've got the halts and resumes at least. As long as they're not within 30 seconds, it appears that you will get the halt. So 2:40:50. So again, if this is a 5-minute halt, this will be opening in 40 seconds. So I'll just keep this out here, up here, just entertainment purposes. One day I'll hold on to one of these things. I just it's hard. I'm just looking at where I got out, 11:50. Only about $8 away. Okay, guys, if this is going to open, it'll open right now. Okay, so it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Typically, they're multiples of five. So if that's the case, it'll be at 2:50 plus 50 seconds. Do we have the wrong halt then time? You're saying 20 seconds? No, the halt window is on my homepage, Edith. Okay, go to my homepage. Click on my homepage link, and then scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here, and there it is. Okay, halts resumes. Okay, so I got to go to my homepage. Oh yeah, so we're still halted. So this, in theory, should be a 10-minute halt. So it should open at 2:50 plus 50 seconds. So I see the Rito was halted on the way up this time. Wow, crazy! That's crazy action. Ugly. Oh goodness, that's ugly. Somebody asked earlier what was going on with Rito. I have no idea. I don't know. It's a China stock. I have no idea. I was looking to see if there's no news on it that I can see other than all the halts, but I don't know what specifically was the reason. So, guys, if you have any questions, I'll be shutting down around 3. I'll always stay later if there are some questions, but I'll be shutting down around 3. So, if you have questions, good time to ask right now. PetQ just showed up here, guys. I think PetQ just showed up. Actually, actually showed up at 221. The alert was at 1953, so it hasn't moved very much. PetQ, PETQ, not an earnings play. See what's going on with it. Wow, it's got some room. Well, last week's high, it's got some room, about 50 cents to last week's high. Okay, so do you know how to load a link, Edith? You just have to click on it. Okay, Liz Soria. Let me ask. I'm just trying to. First of all, just have one. Okay, so all you do is this. Okay, to load a link. So when you click on my home page, okay, click here. So you want to load the halts resumes. So all you do, see where it says, it should say open scan. It's clickable just underneath the all these scans that I've got. So you just click on open scan, and it should then pop into a new tab like it did right there. Okay. Then I just highlight it. I can click on it. Now it's all highlighted. And then I control V, okay, which copy, sorry. Let me do this again. Of course, control V does not copy, it pastes. So just give me a moment. Let's start again. So click here, open the scan. I just click on it and that highlights it immediately. Now control C copies it. Okay, now that link is copied. Then I go into our toolbar, file, load from cloud. And if you notice, this string that you see here in this box is the same as this one here. Okay, now I cannot remember it ever happening, but if somehow when you do all that and that's blank, and you paste it in, but it should automatically be there, and then you just load it, and now it's on your screen. Okay, let me know if that worked. It's in our guide about collaborate, like linking or sharing links and all. But let me know if that worked. Oh, I see. Well, you've got to click on my homepage link. Okay, just give me a moment. You've got to click on my homepage. Okay, give me a moment. Click on my homepage. Okay, you click on my homepage link right there. When you do that, you're brought to the top here. You'll be at the top. Okay, just scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here. And then again, open the scan. It'll appear in a tab, highlight it, copy it, and then file load from cloud. Let me know if that worked. I'll do it again. Yeah, it's still halted. Halted again, guys. Halted again. It came out of the halt and now halted at 22.55. Wow. Crazy, isn't it? So, Liz, do you provide the stock alert list? That's what you mean by that. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber, Liz? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, I can give you my scans, as I was sort of pointing out, and I have all the scans that I'm sharing, if that's what you mean. but I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. Also, I'll point out an opportunity. I'll indicate where I think I want to get into it, and I'll, when I'm in it, certainly you guys will know when I'm in it. But I'm not. But I have to be very careful. I cannot say things like, "Okay, guys, pet Q over 1960, you should be taking this trade." Okay, I cannot say things like that. Um, I don't do it quite that way. I know there's a general instruction, but let me see what it says. So when you click on the alert, this is all I do. So there it is. I know what you're reading here. You're reading all this stuff here, but if you can see my screen, there's a new tab that was created when you clicked on that alert, that scan in my scan section, and then there was a new tab that should have been created automatically. Just highlight it. Just click on the tab. I mean, hopefully you can see my screen. You're saying it's a little small, but there it is. And then once that is highlighted like that, then copy it, Control C, that'll copy it. And then File from our toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, and it's right there in that box. That box is exactly the same. It ends in 778D5, 778D5, and then click Load, and now it's on yours. Okay. Once you do it a few times, I mean, it'll become second nature. But yeah, the first time might be a little. Yeah, so I cannot. If you're looking for me to give you picks, Liz, it's not. It doesn't work like that exactly. I mean, I can point out opportunities, and I can indicate. We talked about HE this morning, for instance. We're watching it around 20, and I said, man, if this ever takes out 20 in a big way, this could really, start its descent down. And so when it got to 1980, 1975, 1980, you say, guys, this looks really good here. But, I'm not going to say, okay, everybody take that trade at 1980. I'm not an investment advisor. I have to be very careful about what I do. Now, but are you a Trade Idea subscriber, Liz? My goodness. Now it's only $16 from where I exited it. SPGC. This is what I wanted to happen later on in the day. I mean, you know, maybe 2 o'clock, 2:30. I wanted it to take out that high right back here, around $11. The problem is it did it at, well, actually it was 2 o'clock. Okay, Liz, I mean, you may be able to follow that, but if you see the tab, you see where it loaded. I'm looking at your what you showed me, but you see the link. You see the link up there, right at the very top. Highlight it. Just copy it. Copy the link. Super simple. Copy the link. Just like highlight the link like you would do virtually every other program. Highlight the link and then copy it. Control C, and now it's copied. I mean, I don't. You might be able to do it like this. Probably you can do it like this, but you see how it is. It showed up in a new tab. Just copy it. Just copy that tab or what's in the tab. Like I did here. See, imagine that was your tab. Okay, that was the link you saw in that image you gave me, and it was. So all you do is just click on it. to highlight it and then copy it. Control C, copy it, and then do the file load from cloud. And then it'll appear on your stream. And don't forget to save it. You've got to save. When you exit trade ideas, you should say, first of all, you should save individual scans, to the cloud, but also save your work, because just because it's now on your screen, you want to put it into your cloud now, though. Basically, what's happened is you've taken it from my cloud. I gave you a link to take it from my cloud. Now you've got it on your screen. Now you should save it into your cloud. Well, what the AI does, Liz, is it'll give you yeah, like an option to, an entry price. You don't have to get in right there, but unfortunately, it requires some management of the trade once you're in it. And what I would suggest you do, I mean, and you may not have the time. This may not be what you want to do, but you want to maybe take a look at a free course that we've got. That at least it gives you an idea about what charts are about, how to read charts, because this is not just, okay, I'll take the trade and hope that it works out for me. So this is what I would do if you have the time. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link that I just put in there, where you click on my homepage link, and then one of the things you're going to see is something called Trading 101. Okay, Trading 101 is a free lot of videos. Okay, you don't have to look at them all. I mean, they start off as basic as you can get. The first video is what is a stock. Okay, but then goes into a lot more detail about chart reading and support, resistance, things like that. Trading is not easy. So if you're just looking for something that's going to tell you when to buy and when to get out, this is not the program. I mean, we're a great program for ideas and generating ideas and great ideas, but it does require some management of the trade on your own. Well, this is the first time now since the halt. There's SPGC halted at 20. Well, just open. I'm just going to say this is the first time that on the open, or on the suggested entry, or not entry, but where it was going to open, was below the halt price. And you can see what happened. That's the first time. And now it's halted down. So I hope nobody got jammed up in here. Oh man, HE continues. I'm gonna have to make a decision if I'm gonna hold this. I rarely hold anything overnight on a short, but I might have just a little piece. The reason I don't want to do it is that, the company could come out and say, "Hey, listen, we recognize that we're being blamed for what happened, but these are the facts." And, I mean, who knows what they could say? Of course, they're going to try to defend themselves. So that's the risk you run. Ultimately, will it matter? Maybe not, but short term, it might matter if they do come out with something. So that's the thing that prevents me probably from holding this short overnight. Well, Marty, I mean, we changed, yesterday at the very beginning, I said, yeah, about the Hawaiian companies, but the fact that HE may be to blame for it, that should change my thinking. But, I'm not going to short the airlines. I'm not going to short, uh, there are several Hawaiian banks, but HE for me fell into a different class. You don't have to agree with me, but it fell into a different class. But certainly the airlines, the banks, and, they have nothing to do with that. Now, if you're talking in general, shorting a company under duress, no, no, no. I mean, if something has happened, a CFO, CEO has been fired, something really horrible earnings. No, I'll short those. I was talking, but under like this is a very special case, disaster. But again, I'm looking at HE in a different way. But I more than likely will be out of this short at the end of the day. I again, just in case, they're going to come out with something. I'm sure that says, "Hey, we're very sorry and all that, but we don't feel that we're to blame exactly." Well, I don't know, Marty. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't know. You're asking why are they not letting the media into the burnt zone? I don't know. I have no idea. That's not that is what happening. Oh, I just saw your post there, real. Yeah. No, I agree. I'm not going to do it. Wow, what a day. Okay, guys, are there any other questions? If there are no questions, I will be shutting the room down. My pleasure, Alberto. Okay, guys, are there any questions? Again, I'll stick around. I don't have to go or anything like that, but there are things I can do, of course, trading wise, not necessarily trading, but bookkeeping and stuff I can get to, but I have no problem sticking around. Did I say bookkeeping? Emails, things like that. Can I answer? Tell your friends, Lori. Tell your friends to come on in to the amazing stock talk. A green shade, small glasses, the bookie, dim light. How does Pags look today? Okay, I'll answer Michael in our YouTube room. I'll answer that one. Pags, PAGS. Still, I mean, you asked that question yesterday, Michael, and I know you're bound and determined to take this one, but the trend is still down. Okay, the trend is still down. I know you asked Michael Noss that question yesterday. I really don't have anything to add to it. The trend is still down. Yeah, it's up 3 cents today. I mean, maybe that 9 will hold it, maybe, but I can't really add anything to this other than what Michael Noss added or talked to you about it yesterday. If you want to take this trade, go ahead, but I mean, it's the trend is down. Had earnings on the 24th, or has earnings coming up. Does Rito show a weird tick? Let's take a look. Rito. Not on my side. I mean, you're talking about these topping tails and bottoming tails. These are as a result of the halts and resumes. But other than that, I don't think it's showing any weird tick. Not on my end anyway. Here's a IB chart or a trade ideas chart, and that's same thing. So I don't think they're weird. It's just, remember, now it was halted and resumed several times. So that might be the reason. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I will shut the room down. Thank you for all the help, as always. And the main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock, probably earlier, but no later than 8 o'clock, 8 till 9. You can converse amongst yourselves. Then I'll get on the mic at 9 in both YouTube and the main room. Okay, so have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And now, YouTubers, the same thing for you guys.